Welcome to ESPN College Football Primetime presented by Geico. You're watching the Big 12 on ESPN. We welcome you to Tucson, Arizona. The number 18 BYU Cougars come to town and put their record of perfection on the line, a 5-0 mark, as they take on the 4-1 Arizona Wildcats. In an exceptionally competitive Big 12, there's a lot at stake tonight, especially for BYU, with their odds more than doubled tonight for a chance to reach the Big 12 title game, and they do jump a little bit for Arizona as well. But this has been already a great year for Arizona. As we welcome you up to the booth, Mike Cousins, Kirk Morrison, so glad you're with us here tonight. Arizona has matched its win total from a year ago. BYU perfection, winning by 26 a game, but today is where the schedule really ratchets up.
Mike, I feel like today is all about making a statement. Statement Saturday, especially when it comes to the Big 12. Arizona wants to let people know they can still win this thing. And BYU on the opposite side want to remain only 2 unbeatens left in the Big 12 with Texas Tech.
And they have done it with a freshman quarterback who only transferred in after he started his freshman year in the spring at Stanford.
It's been all about Bear Bachmeier. If you haven't had a chance to see this young man, he can do a little bit of everything. He's got great deep ball touch when it comes to the deep play. He's got timing, movement, accuracy in the pocket with a little bit of patience. Oh, and also, by the way, he's a BYOB guy. Be your own blocker. And that's Bear Bachmeier, the freshman quarterback at BYU.
Question will be, will he find a receiver in the end zone tonight against an Arizona defense that is yet to yield a passing touchdown?
Yeah, looking like the old school Desert Swarm of the 90s. This defense, one of the best in college football. They're going to have their hands full with this BYU offense and Bear Bachmeier.
It's Bear Bachmeier versus Bear Down. Desert Swarm versus a Deseret Storm. As we go to the air, to the ground, BYU and Arizona up next. Moments away from kickoff here in Tucson between BYU and Arizona. Forecast has been ominous throughout the course of this week, although it looks good right now. And for more on that, how these teams have prepared, let's go down to Dawn Davenport.
Yeah, looks good right now. It's rained off and on all day, and then we're expecting some heavy downpours at some point in the first half. Field conditions, something to monitor, and I want to show you why, okay? Check out this turf. Normally you see the black rubber pellets bounce up. Not here. Right here, it's a cork infill. Now, it helps with cooling here in the desert, but let me tell you something else it does. It floats when you get quick and heavy rainfall, so that could slow this game down a little bit tonight. Now, also, heavy rains could make it a different BYU offense. We talked to OC Aaron Roderick, who told me he comes in with 2 different call sheets, one for a rain game, another for hurricane-like rain conditions. Mike and Kirk, ball security, always an emphasis, even more so tonight with 2 of the most physical Big 12 teams.
And when it rains really heavy here, they're worried about flooding. They even invited folks to come fill sandbags at High Corbett Field, the home of the Arizona baseball team. We'll hope we're in the clear. Ian Wagner to kick it off for Arizona. He has a monster leg and shoots that ball clear of everybody out of the back of the end zone. So BYU gets the ball on offense first, the number 18 team in the country, led by Bear Bachmeier, who did not start his career at BYU, went to Stanford, and it was never even a question, didn't even take a visit to BYU, wanted to be with his brother, but then Troy Taylor, and there's a 6 degrees of separation here, gets fired. So he goes into the portal. BYU offensive coordinator Aaron Roderick is there the next day to talk to him. Jake Retzloff ends up going to Tulane, where he's the quarterback there now, and Bear Bachmeier went on a crash course to learn this offense, and here he is, 6'2", 235 pounds, coming off a career-high 351 yards last time out, and handing it off to L.J. Martin on first down for a nice pickup of 6 yards. And Kirk, whether you're talking to Bear Bachmeier and hearing who he is as a person, watching him on the field, he is eminently impressive.
Yeah, he's impressive, and he's also has his whole team on his side. He's a guy that just comes in there like, tell me about Bear Bachmeier. Hey, he's our guy. He's our dude. He's grabbed this team's attention right away, and a lot of it is because his work ethic and the way he plays with such enthusiasm.
Empty set, 2nd down and 4. Short drop, quick throw, bobbled by the tight end, Carson Ryan. The Utah transfer is normally sure-handed. It's 3rd down and 4.
Yeah, here our first 3rd down. And so earlier, what you're going to see is a lot of times this defensive front for Arizona, they're going to show some different looks. It's going to be pre-snap versus post-snap. What's the picture going to look like for Bear Bachmeier once the ball is snapped? It's the illusion of a defense that gives you multiple looks, this Arizona Desert Swarm D.
Leading receiver, Chase Roberts, down at the bottom of your screen. Last week, 161 yards through the air. Bachmeier under pressure, and he is throwing it behind him to L.J. Martin. He used that against Colorado for a first down, and that time it nearly was a turnover. It's 4th down. BYU is going to have to punt here on this opening drive, and that is exactly the worry BYU had about the Arizona defense giving confusing looks.
Yeah, that time Tay Brown just came up in the middle on a blitz. Nobody touches him, and then this is where Bear Bachmeier, this is the freshman things that he has to get rid of. You love those plays, but you love them at certain times. That time almost could have been disastrous for BYU. Hey, take the sack, get to the next down. Don't throw it and put the ball in harm's way.
Sam Vanderhaar, the 28-year-old punter from Melbourne, Australia, kicking to Luke Wysong. Averaging 44 yards a kick. Got an excellent leg on this one, and Wysong makes the fair catch around the 26-yard line. Noah Fifita, well, he's listed at 5'10", shorter than that, but he plays with great heart and great energy. Had a tremendous first year on campus, a regression last year, turned the ball over too much, led the Big 12 with interceptions, and so far this year has returned to form. 13 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, and he was the reigning Big 12 Offensive Player of the Week.
I think a lot of that had to do with last year, Teteroa McMillan, the big-time receiver, the #1 draft choice, or the first receiver taken in the NFL draft this past season. This year, a different group of wide receivers that he's starting to gel with.
First down, it's a blitz off the corner. The check down goes to Ismail Mahdi, the running back. No gain on the play. Raider Damouni, the junior from Provo, makes the stop.
And so early on, what does a script look like for Arizona? They're already back on the football, but trying to see what will this defense of BYU present to Noah Fifita.
Quick to the line, quick to snap it. Fifita on the run gets absolutely pummeled at the line of scrimmage. Siale Acera, the linebacker, it's a loss of 1. 3rd down and 11 upcoming.
No, that's just great team defense there by BYU. Everyone doing their job. Nobody crashed down. on the running back. They stayed in their lanes and made a good job of playing the quarterback, forcing his 3rd and long.
Just one deep safety here, and now BYU shifts into a 2-deep look. Fifita against a 4-man rush. Has time in the pocket to the edge. On the throw downfield, near midfield, bobbled and incomplete. Looking for Chris Hudson, the transfer from Washington State. And both teams trading punts on their opening drives.
Oh, but he had him. He had the throw. He also had the tight end, Sam Olsen, who was right underneath, also at the 1st down marker. So he had a couple of guys open there, but this is what BYU was scared of, seeing Fifita out of the pocket, extending plays. That time of incompletion almost could have converted for the 1st down.
It's the 10th punt of the year for Isaac Lovison, another Aussie punter. For Parker Kingston, he makes the fair catch signal and the grab at the 34-yard line, and a 41-yard punt. 2 high-powered teams, 2 punts to start the game here in Tucson. Maybe some know, but not all know that BYU head coach Kalani Sitake, his full name is Kalani Fifita Sitake. And so it's not often you see the head coach of one team share the surname with the quarterback of another team, but that's the matchup we've got here with Noah Fifita, the quarterback at Arizona. And Kalani Sitake, in year number 10 as the head coach at BYU, celebrated birthday number 50 yesterday. Humble as he was as a player, as a head coach as well, he goes, look, I was a fullback. I didn't want recognition then, and I don't want recognition now. Second drive of the game and the second drop of the game for tight end Carson Ryan and BYU.
That's a couple of times already. We've seen the ball go to Carson Ryan and the ball's on the ground. Been short-handed all season long, and now the first couple of throws, incompletions for young Bear Bachmeier.
It's a BYU offense that has cruised relatively through the early portion of the season, winning by an average of 26 points a game, the 7th best margin in FBS. 2nd and 10 for Bachmeier, who's completing 71% of his passes the last 3 games. Here's a downhill run that's much more characteristic of what they do, and it sets them up to need just about a yard and a half for first down.
Yeah, that's more like it when you talk about this downhill running game of BYU. This is what they like to do. They want to keep LJ Martin with his shoulders square. When those shoulders are square, very rarely do you see him go for a loss. He's always gaining at least 2 or 3 yards falling forward.
Preston Rex joins him in the backfield, who has never had a carry in his career. Not getting one here, and it is LJ Martin for the first down. Gain of 5 there on 3rd down and 2. Well, Kirk, a lot of talent on this field today, and let's take a look at today's impact players, brought to you by Pizza Hut.
Well, if you're talking about BYU, talk about the wide receiver, Chase Roberts, their leading wide receiver. Isaiah Glasgow, number 16, watch him on defense. Big-time playmaker. Ismail Mahdi, I can't wait to watch him today. An outstanding runner, try to get him the ball early. And Genesis Smith, he's got the big job today of trying to contain this wide receiving group, but also the runs from Bear Bachmeier.
Martin trying to find the edge and instead gets thrown to the turf by Riley Wilson. Gain of just 2. And now it's interesting, Kurt, 2 of these early runs have gone to the outside when that has not been BYU's tendency this year.
Well, I think me and you watched BYU film all week long, and we've done our homework. LJ Martin is a great runner in between the tackles, but when he goes outside of the tackles, I don't think he's at his best. And you saw how quick this Arizona defense was able to go track him down for a minimal gain.
Design keeper Bachmeier. He does not ever fall backwards on a run. His shoulder pads are always falling forward. That's 7 more, 3rd down.
It's all about getting a +1. Watch you get a little pull inside the guard leading up. I mean, you mentioned it, Bear Bachmeier. I know he's listed at 220, folks, but right now he's about 235 pounds. And you've got that coming at you downhill. And you see it right now. I said Genesis Smith earlier. He's going to have to make some plays on Bachmeier. Sometimes it's a business decision that you got to go make a tackle.
Third and a yard, it's a fake. It's Preston Rex to the outside. He's got a first down inside the 25-yard line. The former safety turned running back this year, gets the touch and goes for 16.
Oh, so many great things on this play. You get a block by the wide receiver on the outside, Parker Kingston. But right away, that ball's to Rex. He gets the block from the receiver, and this is what they were excited about with Rex, getting him to the outside. They kept saying how explosive he is. Well, Preston Rex, his first college reception, goes for a first down.
Offensive coordinator Aaron Roderick told us last year after Rex was injured, he went to the defense and said, can we just try this guy out at running back? And he got an injured hamstring at the start of the year, now healthy, and we're seeing how good he can be. Throw deep downfield, tipped away at the last second. Trayden Stukes, the safety, denies BYU a touchdown.
Well, if Bachmeier sees this earlier, he's got a touchdown. But to be able to recover the way Stukes did, it was an outstanding job of not only keeping his eyes on the quarterback, but playing center field. Just watch Stukes. He's going to come all the way over here and then just follows the football. That's a nice job by the defensive back, seeing the formation, watching the receiver, and then goes and go grab it. Almost had an interception.
8th play of the drive for the Cougars is a 2nd and 10. Bachmeier gives it. Martin's on the move. He is gone. Touchdown, BYU. Cougars up early through a capacious opening on the line.
Yeah, but watch this block by Andrew Gentry. Watch how he goes down. But this linebacker, he overcommits. See, he's here, and the run's going to go right through that lane. And see that downhill? Boom. You got to get right there for him. And that's where LJ Martin races to the end zone. Shoulder square, touchdown Cougars.
And Will Theron stays perfect on extra points. 7-0 BYU on the touchdown run from L.J. Martin.
It's all about the downhill runs. They had a little Bear Bachmeier, but it's been all about L.J. Martin. Martin tiptoeing into the end zone. Cougs up 7 in the desert.
ESPN College Football Primetime is presented by Geico Switch and Save. Get more with Geico.
Ethan, 16 years old. He just signed a 2-year contract with Arizona as their Team Impact player as a part of ESPN's Take Back Sports initiative. Team Impact, a national nonprofit that matches children facing serious illness and disability with college sports teams. So Ethan on hand, here to watch Arizona, number 18, BYU, as a part of Team Impact. BYU on the board, 8 plays, and of the 66 yards, they gained 50 of them were on the ground in just under 3.5 minutes. So it's time for Arizona to try and respond. And they will have the ball 1st and 10 at their own 25-yard line. Cougars 5-0. Came into the day one of just 15 remaining undefeated teams. And they keep a really impressive streak alive now, putting points on the board in 32 straight quarters.
That's called offensive efficiency. And that's the one thing that they've had for a while now. The camaraderie, the trust, everything that goes along with this offense and Aaron Roderick. This team right now is on a roll with the freshman quarterback as well.
A punt on their first drive for the Wildcats. Noah Fifita, 1 of 2, but did not gain any yards on the first drive through the air. Over the middle, that pass is caught, and it's a gain of 9 on 1st down.
Mike and Kurt, BYU is without Zach Kelly on defense. Jack Kelly, their rover, went through early warmups, but Coach Sitake told me that just to be safe, he decided not to allow Jack to dress because he would somehow joked he'd find his way out onto the field. But Coach Sitake also telling me he was excited to see Ace Kaufusi get his first start. He has trust in those backups. He said they are ready for this moment.
Kelly was doubtful throughout the course of the week. And now we've got another injured player. It's Raider Damuni, the safety, the junior from Provo, Utah, a BYU legacy as well. Staff out to have a look. We'll have more for you when we come back here to Tucson. BYU injured on that last play. Kirk Morrison, unfortunately, it came from a hit from one of his own teammates.
Yeah, a little friendly fire. 54, Siala Essera. He's coming in to make the tackle, but watch Raider Damuni. He's right there. Gets on that left side, right in the rib cage area, right in the stomach area. But he walked off on his own power in the tent right now. Hopefully, he's okay to return.
Second and just a yard for Arizona. Handoff, it's Kedrick Reesino with a big opening, and he's into BYU territory. Wrapped up by Tanner Wall and picks up 17 yards.
Oh, I love this patient run, because what happened was he allowed the blocks to develop and then sees the hole and just accelerate. It's a big job on his second down and short.
Going to get across midfield like the last look and go right back to it as Siala Essera makes the tackle on a gain of 1.
Yeah, just watch just the patience of Fasano. He gets there, patient, and then accelerates through the hole. That's a big run early on. And I think the running game is only going to help out Fifita. Slow the game down a bit, and then you allow Fifita to kind of pick and choose when your quarterback can go out there and be Superman.
Set up the screen to the edge for Javon Watley, who goes by Nunu. Nunu goes no for 0 yards.
All right, here we go, 3rd and long here, and they got to get something. Because on that last drive, their first drive was a 3 and out. You got a couple of nice little plays on this drive. Can you get enough to possibly even think about going for it on 4th down? This could be 4th down territory, depending on what they do here and what they gain on 3rd.
Noah goes 2 by 2 on 3rd and 9. And BYU brings pressure. The ball is knocked down at the line of scrimmage, and they say an incomplete pass as it got picked up by Faletau Satuala, hoping to go unabated the other way. Arizona has to punt again. How much, Kirk, do you think there that Fifita's height impacts his ability to get the ball over the line?
Well, a lot of it, but that time out, Satuala needs to go sign up for the volleyball team at BYU. The men's volleyball team. Did you see how he extended, showing off the vertical leap? When you know you're not going to get to the quarterback, just try to jump, get your arms up, and a perfectly timed jump by Satuala. Yes, you have a quarterback a little bit smaller in stature. At that time, Satuala climbed the ladder.
Parker Kingston with a fair catch around the 5-yard line. On a 42-yard punt. There are 2 Monday Night Football games for you next week. First up, the Bills take on the Falcons, and former BYU running back Tyler Allgeier, 7 Eastern on ESPN Deportes. And then Bears Commanders coverage, 8 Eastern on ESPN. Former Arizona running back Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Only played 1 game here, but hey, still counts. And they're also available on the ESPN app.
Caleb and Jaden, right? Number 1 and number 2. Can't wait to see these guys go at it. And I have my multi-view up. That's one of the great things about Monday Night Football, these dual games going on. I keep the multi-view up so I can have both games simultaneously and watch. I don't have to just pick a channel like I had to do last year, Mike.
You got to go in here in the booth, too. So deep in their own territory, it'll be a 95-yard trek to reach pay dirt. Maybe a little bit longer as Tia Savea gets the stop. BYU offense, 234 rushing yards per game, top 15 in the country, scoring 38 a night. But their schedule for the first 5 games ranks as the easiest in the Big 12. For the rest of the way, it is the most difficult in the Big 12, starting with this game here tonight. Martin out of the 2-back set. And they are creating some nice opportunities for him coming through the middle of the offensive line as the pile is pushed across the 15-yard line for a first down.
You know, L.J. Martin comes into the game averaging 6.4 yards a carry. He's a downhill runner. This time you have Preston Rex in the game as well. But this 2-back sets for BYU right now is something they want to major in a lot, because now you've got a downhill runner in Martin, and then you got the explosive Rex in the game. Defenses have to keep their eyes open on which guy's getting the football.
Here they go, 12 personnel. That's 1 running back and 2 tight ends, bringing in Kean Need along with Carson Ryan along the right side of the offensive line. Set up the run for Bachmeier. Not only does he have great strength at 230 pounds, he's got agile feet like a dancer.
I'm just telling you, it's always about getting a +1. Every time you watch BYU run the football, they're always getting an extra blocker at the point of attack. And then you get the quarterback, who's now, I said he's will be your own blocker earlier. He can get you an extra 4 to 5 yards. So it's always tough because you're trying to figure out, don't let the overload beat you defensively. You got to bring all guys to the party.
We saw Preston Rex have his first catch of his career. Stays to block. Bachmeier deep over the middle. Ball is caught. Parker Kingston. And it's a long-distance dedication for the redshirt junior. BYU's up 2 scores on a 75-yard touchdown.
I want you to watch this route. It's all about Parker Kingston, but watch here. These guys over here, the blocking. You need blocking first. This is a max protection look. You get the max protection, you get the time you need, and Bachmeier, just an outstanding throw, and the first touchdown reception given up by this Arizona defense on the season.
(14-0), courtesy of Will Ferrin. Parker Kingston last week, 4 catches, a career high 111, said he finally felt normal after missing all of preseason camp. You can tell that he's at 100% right now.
Yeah, Kingston just showing off the speed. Chase Roberts has really been getting a lot of the catches, but Kingston finally healthy, like you mentioned, Mike. You see the speed, the burst, got him into the open field. And this is just a nice throw from Bachmeier, but he was wide open. Had our guy Genesis Smith kind of going one way, and then he's turned around. You make a mistake, and they make you pay. The guys from Provo up 14.
It was very much an exodus from Genesis on the ground. Throw is great. How you rate the dance moves afterward?
I think he can be better. He can be better. I expect more from the Cougars, but already quick lightning strike. You get one drive, it's dedicated to the run. The next drive is dedicated to the big playability, and we've seen both now from Bachmeier. The deep throw, but we also seen him get the tough yards in the run game too.
Boy, and there is really going to be perhaps, if not external, internal pressure on Arizona on this next drive. For 20 years, Hall State has celebrated every field goal and extra point made at participating universities by donating to the university's athletic scholarship fund, supporting all student athletes. Thank you to Allstate. Here in Tucson, Mike Cousins, Kirk Morris, and Don Davenport down on the field where we've got our fingers, toes crossed, a lucky rabbit's foot. There has not been any rain. The forecast was dangerously heavy this week. Beginning of the week, the forecast was about 7 or 8 inches of rain.
Almost had me checking in the luggage at the airport.
You don't have time for that today.
No.
Noah Fifita, play action, hits the slant, and it's a first down Arizona to Chris Hudson. 15 yards for this club led by Brent Brennan, who said year one was simply hellacious as they won just 4 games. So they've matched that win total from a year ago. And they go up-tempo here with prestissimo action. And it's Hudson for his second straight grab, 15 on the first one, and 5 more here.
Yeah, no, look, when you think about this offense, and this is our first time getting a chance to see Arizona this season, and Brent Brennan had a decision to make. He had to bring in an offensive coordinator, and Seth Doege so far has really been, I think, what Noah Fifita needs, another voice in his ear to kind of help him evolve as a quarterback.
The pass is under further review.
Okay.
It looked routine.
Yeah, looked like it was good.
We'll get another look at that completion to Chris Hudson, who was hurt in the preseason after they said he was really tearing it up in camp.
I think that at the end of the play looks to be a bobble. I think initially he has firm control with both hands on the football, and it's a little bobble at the end, but I never see him all the way lose control of the football.
However, we got to watch his feet, because when the ball comes loose, if one of his feet is out of bounds, then the play is dead.
Yeah, right there.
And so does he have firm control at that point is the question, because then when he's getting twisted out, it no longer matters. The play is dead.
Yeah, so I think you have 2 things in play here, right? Is firm control for the catch, number 1, because you do have a bobble, but also where are the feet at when you see that he has firm control. I don't know if I ever saw firm control the first time with a foot down, because he's still bobbling. I'm going to have to go with this call. I'm going to have to come back. I don't think that this was going to be upheld. They may reverse this call and come back and be first down again, Mike.
It was a gain of 5. Here's the call.
After review, the ruling on the field is an incomplete pass. The receiver did not maintain firm possession. It'll be second down at the 40-yard line.
That's why they have review, because initially from our view, it looked like a routine play, but when you slow it down and you go through the parts that we just talked about, I never really saw a firm control with a foot in bounds, and that's a nice job by the replay booth.
For comparison's sake, BYU's last 2 drives, 66 yards, 94 yards. Arizona's first 2, a total of 26 yards. So they've got to get it going here. Fafita 4 of 7, 24 through the air. And he's by himself. He bounces, he throws, and it's incomplete. For whatever reason, tight ends are having a hard time holding on to the ball. Cameron Barmore had it go off his hands.
Yeah, Cameron Barmore, he's waiting for that pass. He actually got to his spot early, and he's waiting on Fafita to throw him the football and just didn't bring that ball all the way in. Maybe he thought, I've been waiting here for so long, I might get hit by a defender, but still, you got to make that catch. Now, another 3rd and long for this offense of Arizona.
Reigning Big 12 Offensive Player of the Week, Noah Fafita, against 8 in the secondary. It's a crossing route. They're going to need something to open up, and it's not enough on the completion across the middle to the running back, Ismail Mahdi.
Nice tackle there by Acera. Now you got a decision to make. I think they go for it right now. You're trying to find something. You got to stay on the field. You cannot punt this football back to BYU. So at least you try to draw them offside. Try to do something, but you need a spark right here. It's the first big call of the game. I like it, Mike. I really do. You're trying to find a spark for your offense. I like the call going for it here on 4th down.
Fourth and 2.
Possible screen at the bottom.
Fafita on the slant. It's complete to Hudson, who's been his most reliable target today. They gamble. It pays off. 10-yard gain.
Yeah, I like the call. I did. Before it even happened, it's 4th down. You need something. And right now your offense is kind of sleepwalking a little bit. And then Chris Hudson says, don't throw it to me. I'll wake everybody up. That's a nice grab, a hand grab for the 1st down. That's a nice job there by Fafita as well.
Well, you remember last year's game was only 14-7 at the half in favor of BYU. They forced turnovers in the 3rd, and that was what allowed them to pull away. Arizona's trailing. They haven't made any mistakes yet, unless this penalty goes against them. But we'll see what the call is here.
Offside, number 7. Defense, 5-yard penalty. 1st down.
That's Logan Lutui, the defensive end, and their leading tackler.
So now you got a free 5 yards, and if I'm Seth Diggy, the offensive coordinator for Arizona, I may take a shot at the end zone right here. I got a free play on 1st down, 1st and 5. I get my quarterbacks here saying, hey, you know what? Let's go take a shot at the end zone. Try to push the ball down the field a little bit, especially with one safety.
If anybody knows how to do it, it's the former air raid quarterback, Seth Diggy, who played at Texas Tech under Mike Leach. Instead, they get the yards with physical contact on the handoff to Quincy Craig, a gain of 5. And it's a 1st down, Arizona.
Well, they must have heard you, Mike, because you were saying how many yards they had on the first couple of drives. Well, now this drive is actually moving a little bit. It has some rhythm. So that's what they want to see. This offense, when it's clicking, it's the ball, it doesn't touch the floor. It cannot touch the floor, and that's when this offense really starts to pick up, especially with the running game.
The floor is lava, but football edition. They had just 26 yards on their first 2 drives. This one, 6 plays and 43 yards already. Craig with some room. Can he beat the defense to the 20 and a lowered shoulder with a nice run as he tramples over Maury Pamba.
What a run. Watch what he does to Tanner Wall on the outside. Watch on the left side of your screen. Tanner Wall's there to make the play, but just a little to the inside, and he breaks all the way to the outside. That's a little shake and bake right there by Mr. Craig for the 1st down run.
Swerve hit that corner low. 15 yards. But they're finding success with Craig. Deep drop Fafita. Taking a shot to the end zone. Chris Hudson. He's got it for 6.
I want you to watch this route by Hudson. He just gets up and he gets lost behind there. And Fafita, this is what a good quarterback does. You got to put it to an area. Throw it to the back pylon and you let your receiver go run underneath it. That's a terrific throw. It started with the protection, but a great throw from Fafita to Hudson. Watch the route here by Chris Hudson. He gets up, he sells as if he's going to the post, and then he cuts right back out. There's nobody there. You just need a perfect perfectly thrown football, and that's what Fifita delivers. And now the Wildcats are on the board.
So, Kirk, the first 2 drives, they only got 26 yards. What made this one different?
Well, they started running the football, right? Remember, they start handing the ball off to Craig. And next thing I said earlier, right? The running game helps Fifita. It slows him down. He doesn't feel like he's got to make every play. But when you get the opportunity, he makes that perfect throw to the back of the end zone for the touchdown.
And the biggest play of that drive, you could make the case it was the touchdown, but it was that 4th and 2 completion to Chris Hudson. And no doubt that Jay Hill and the BYU defense are going to put a special magnifying focus on number 4 for Arizona. Ian Wagner, the kickoff man, 31 touchbacks on 32 kickoffs this year, and this one is no different than the rest for the Arizona native who came back home after playing at Illinois State the last 4 years. If you thought today was great in college football, and there's still a long ways to go, try next Saturday with the SEC on ABC. 3:30 Eastern, it's Mississippi and number 10 Georgia. That's a top 10 matchup. And then at 7:30, Tennessee, which got a little bit of a scare today, they take on number 8 Alabama.
I just love college football. Remember, everybody thought the sky was falling after week 1 and Alabama lost to Florida State?
And now they haven't lost since.
And now they haven't lost since. And Florida State's lost 3 times now. I just love college football. Let it all play out, people. Let it all play out.
Florida State taking the L today, has lost 8 straight ACC games. Bachmeier on the pitch to the short side of the field. That's about 5 yards there, finding L.J. Martin.
You can just go in the bag of Aaron Rodgers, the offensive coordinator for BYU. So we saw the throws deep down the field. We've seen now Bachmeier run the option. He's ran QB lead. I mean, they do a little bit of everything, and that's what it's challenging for a defense, because you're worried about, okay, we got to stop the inside run. Then all of a sudden you got a quarterback run an option to the short side of the field.
Oh, looks like some rain may be falling here as our first 15 minutes come to a close. BYU trying to stay undefeated, making their first trip to Tucson since 2018 when Kevin Sumlin was at the helm. Their lead is 1 touchdown as we go to the second. BYU up a score over Arizona moments ago. Don Davenport with Wildcats head coach Brent Brennan.
Well, Coach Brennan, some momentum on offense after you go for it and convert on 4th and to score a touchdown. What changed offensively in that drive?
No, I think we're just trying to find a rhythm, get Noah going a little bit, let him be special and make the plays he's capable of making, distributing the ball across the field. We had a couple drops there, a couple things that we need to clean up, but I'm excited. We got a football game here. We're going to play some great defense right now, and this thing's going to be a banger. Let's go.
Thanks, Coach.
All right.
Well, they're going to do that, but not within the next 30 minutes. We hate to be the bearers of bad news here in Tucson, but as the rain comes down, it looks okay. But if there is a lightning strike within 8 miles, protocol is that play must be halted. Players have to go back to their respective locker rooms for at least 30 minutes. We knew this was possible, Kirk. We just hoped that it wouldn't come to fruition.
Yeah, we had a day in which you saw small sprinkles throughout the day, but then we never saw the heavy stuff, and now we get a little bit of the heavy stuff, but a lightning delay, Mike.
You and I were talking earlier, so you played at San Diego State with several teams in the NFL, that warm-ups, you don't need to be out there as a team for show. Like, I'm good on my own.
Right.
But in a situation like this, the body is loose, you're ready to go, and now it's an indeterminate pause.
Yeah, it's one of the hard things that you have to do as a player. I remember my time in the NFL, I actually did in a preseason game, we had a weather delay, and I tried to go back out there after a weather delay. We played probably about a quarter and a half, and I went back out there and I pulled a muscle because I wasn't fully warm. My body had cooled down, and you think you can just go back out and ramp it up. So always something to think about when you have these types of delays, and right now it seems like we're going to be here for a little bit.
So at least a 30-minute pause here before the start of the second quarter. BYU started the day as one of 15 undefeated teams in the country. The number has shrunk throughout the course of the day. Fortunately, despite this inclement weather, on the other side of the timeout, Trevor Maddich, Kevin Connors will be in studio to get you caught up on all the chaos of the day around college football.
know if you need anything.
Again, fans, your attention please. Due to severe weather in the area, including lightning strikes, we ask that you please
LJ.
And then Parker.
Yep. 75 yards.
Yep. And then Fafita
To Chris
to
Hudson.
Hudson.
Kevin, we could not be happier to hear you say that after a delay of a little bit more than an hour here in Tucson. We are ready to go for the start of the second quarter. It was just a clean break at the end of one. As the rain came first, then the lightning came, and the teams retreated to their respective locker rooms here. BYU took a 14-0 lead. Arizona comes back to get 7 on the board. What's an hour 12? That's just one episode you've binged on a streaming show these days. It's hardly a delay at all. But it was a really good start for BYU in this game, jumping out to a 2-score lead. As Trevor just said, a freshman quarterback, Bear Bachmeier, he's got great support on the ground.
Yeah, he had LJ Martin early on, handing the ball off, shoulder square, get downhill, and they get on the board first with that touchdown.
And then something that had not happened all year. The Arizona defense gives up a passing touchdown. Parker Kingston, 75 yards.
Yeah, showing the young freshman, Bear Bachmeier, he can throw the ball. He's got long distance in the air.
Chris Hudson caught a pass on 4th down to keep this drive alive, and he gets the grab from Noah Fafita. We are so ecstatic to welcome you back here to Tucson. Mike Cousins, Kirk Morrison, and Dawn Davenport hiding from the rain down there. She's now back out on the field as well. So that's a long wait, an hour and 12 minutes. The home team, they're in their spacious confines of what they're used to. Right. But as a road team, I'm sure you've experienced some locker rooms that are less than hospitable.
Yeah, less than hospitable. But you just want to get out there. You're anxious. Both teams have been ready to play for this game throughout the whole entire week. And then you go in the locker room and you have this delay. And I just want to go play football. I want to go play football. And so to see how the restart, how do both teams get going in this next restart of the delay?
First couple drives were not excellent for Arizona, as they accomplished just 26 total yards. But now Noah Fafita, who on the year is completing 64% of his passes, getting back to where he's used to be.
Yeah, but Fafita is just, to me, he's showing week in and week out, getting better at the quarterback position. You know, last year he had Teteroa McMillan at wide receiver. This year, he's got a new group of guys that he's working with, and really seeing the chemistry start to build with each game passing by.
And Bear Bachmeier coming off of a career high, for what it's worth, through just 5 games, 351 yards in their victory last week over West Virginia. The late night is not going to get to.
I was like, yeah, here we go, baby. Back to some football. Back to some football. Let's go.
Okay, so the second quarter starts with a 2nd and 4. And this is the loudest this crowd has been tonight. They have waited, they have hidden. They were ordered out of the stands. Parker Kingston in motion. He makes the catch. Looks to pick up a block. And gets 2 yards.
Big tackle there by Malachi Bailey. In this defense, look, early on, maybe they've had a chance to make some adjustments, right? You had an early halftime, not really a halftime, but a delay, to kind of talk through what you've seen in the first quarter and try to find a couple of ways to try to stop it and slow this offense down of BYU.
Bachmeier can run it, Martin can run it. 2 strong downhill runners. And they designed the run for the 230-pound true freshman quarterback who just ramrods his way to a 5-yard carry for a first down.
It's 3rd and 3. He gets 5. They had their favorite package in, by the way, 12 personnel, 1 back, 2 tight ends. And you're thinking they're going to hand the ball off to LJ Martin. No, it's Bear Bachmeier. You've got a quarterback that has the ability to find the tough yards. That's 5 yards right up the gut. First down, Cougars.
And he wears that number 47, the atypical quarterback number, because it reminds him to keep the same mentality of when he was a running back as a much younger football player. Takes the handoff, unloads the deep ball, single coverage down the sideline, incomplete for Chase Roberts. Michael Dansby there with him.
The one thing when you watch Arizona on tape, they're going to play man-to-man. They're not afraid to play man-to-man coverage. And that time, Michael Dansby, do your job. That's what he did his job, stayed on top, and was not fooled with all the action in the backfield.
Dansby, the transfer from San Jose State, spent 3 seasons there, was out last week with a hip flexor injury, and they're glad to have him back to help bolster an experienced secondary for the Wildcats. Running back is Preston Rex, still looking for his first career carry. And there it is. Breaks loose of one attempted tackle to start and gains 1 yard. Well, it was really interesting when the depth charts came out this week, Kirk, because Preston Rex went from the bottom of the running back depth chart to number 2 for a guy who'd never carried the ball before.
Yeah, it started from the bottom, now we're here. He's here at the number 2 back, and there's a reason why. He's explosive, he's quick, he's fast, and there's a reason why they love him in the game. He's more of a third down change of pace back, and right here, he's here on third down.
Arizona shows blitz, and they bring it. Bachmeier, ball is tipped at the line of scrimmage. That's how they changed the picture, sneaking up to the line. What Bachmeier thought he saw was no longer there.
Yeah, they looked like they were going to bring 6. In actuality, they brought 4, and one of those guys that came free was number 6, Tay Brown. He got the hand up to knock it down, but the illusion of complexity, yet it was simplicity. They show 6, they bring 4, they get off the field on third down.
Illusion of complexity, by the way. Great bases. They put on a good show. Sam Vanderhaar, it's a fake. Here he goes to the 40. He is stopped. A turnover on downs as BYU goes for it and does not get it. Kirk in their own territory. What do you make of that call?
I'm a little surprised here. You're trying to find a way to keep the offense on the field, but this was just a terrific job by Dalton Johnson at the end. Watch 43, Dalton Johnson. He's actually being held, but he makes the play. It's a little leg whip. It's not called. Good job by the Cougs.
at tablets or iPads or trying to break down plays. It was more human interaction. Now on the other side, head coach Brent Brennan said he made sure his players stayed loose. His message to them, this is going to be a fourth-quarter game, and we've got 3 to go. You got to win the turnover battle.
Ismail Mahdi with a good burst on first down. 7 yards around the corner on the best starting field position of the night, Kirk, for Arizona. Previously, their best start was their own 26-yard line. Here, getting it at the BYU 44.
It's the run game. The run game has been effective so far for Arizona.
Mahdi looked like he might get bottled up there, and instead falls forward. First down for the junior from the DFW Metroplex.
And there you go, 2 runs, and then you get the first down. So right now, I think this is where we're going to see more for the rest of the game. It's the running game. It's if you're getting 4 or 5 yards a clip, why not keep handing it off? And I keep preaching it. It's going to help out play action, which will open up some windows for Fifita.
Deep drop, Fifita on the move. His pass to the edge goes incomplete. Looking for the tight end, Sam Olsen, who's got a lot more on his shoulders now with some injuries at that spot. And there's a flag back in the area where the pass was thrown by Fifita.
Yeah, it looks like it's probably going to be a personal foul roughing the passer. Yeah, it looks
foul,
like
roughing the passer, number 57. Defense, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
That's the defensive tackle Keanu Tanuvasa for BYU, and marches Arizona into a much more comfortable scoring position.
Yeah, he just
Previous play is under further review for a potential targeting by number 57.
and that's the first thing I thought when I saw the actual play live. So Keanu Tanuvasa, I didn't get the number at first, but I saw a couple of elements that to me bring up targeting. Number one was the launch. When you get a launch, that's the first thing. And it also is that player defenseless. Well, the quarterback in the pocket is defenseless after he throws the football. And I see helmet-to-helmet contact and the lowering of the helmet. I'm just looking at all of these indicators for targeting. I got a launch, I've got a leading with the helmet, and I got a lowering with the helmet. That to me is targeting, and Keanu Tanuvasa has played his last snap in the game. I think this will be an easy review, and targeting will be upheld.
Sometimes the indicators are a little bit iffy. Had he gone in straight up, it would have been maybe a better case for him.
Correct.
But the fact that the helmet goes down and forward at the end of that play,
and the launch,
that's going to make it a very easy call.
There is a foul for targeting by number 57. He's been disqualified. 15-yard penalty has been enforced. First down.
Yeah, that was a pretty easy call. To me, the first indicator for me was the launch. Like, immediately when you leave your feet, that is the launch. And to me, that is the first indicator of targeting. And now you're without a captain on your defense.
And now you wonder what this conversation is about. From Kalani Sitake with the officials.
Yeah, you just want to make sure. Just on the field, it happened quickly, but we have the ability to watch the replays up here, and that rose to the level of targeting.
So that's a big loss along the defensive front. Like you said, Arizona has been running the ball more effectively here since the weather stoppage. Fifita's got time. He goes across the middle. He's got that ball complete. The tight end Olsen inside the 10. First and goal, Arizona on a 9-yard pickup.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite players on this offense, actually, is the tight end, Sam Olsen. Does the dirty work. He likes to block, but, man, that time Fifita goes through his progressions and gets all the way to the tight end.
Just short of the stick, 2nd and 1.
Just scanning, and finds the tight end late, coming open.
So they lose Tanuvasa. Remember, they're also without stud linebacker Jack Kelly in this game, too. She was doubtful throughout the week and did not put on the uniform today. Back corner, end zone, and incomplete. Good coverage there from Tavion Beasley with Nunu Watley.
Yeah, he went in motion. A lot of times you got the motion guy. You're just seeing what the coverage is going to do. Are they going to adjust? Are they going to stay in man-to-man or go to zone? They got man-to-man, and that's where the throw went. So here we are, 3rd down, and this could be 4-down territory as well.
Rain has picked up again. Interesting here on 3rd down and 1 to go empty backfield. That's Craig, the running back, out of the slot. Fake the give to the outside. Olsen, the tight end, fighting for yardage, and it is very close.
He didn't get it. That's a terrific tackle over there by Evan Johnson, number 0. Evan Johnson came up and had his head to the outside
It's 4th down.
and knocked him short of the 1st down. And I mentioned it, this is going to be 4th down territory. You felt it. If they didn't get it on 3rd down, they were going to go for it on 4th down, and here we go.
From the gun, 4th and 1. They started with a short field. Now they just need a yard. They've got it with Fifita on the move. Well, there may be a lot of folks who didn't love the 3rd down call, but you can't argue with success on 4th down.
No, especially when you get a +1. This time the running back, Quincy Craig, number 24, he turned into a fullback. Right here in front of your living room, you got 24 coming in with the seal block, boom! And then you got Fifita coming in to get the yard needed for the 1st down.
They stick with Craig in the backfield. Chris Hudson, who caught the touchdown pass earlier, bottom of your screen. Fifita on the roll, looking for Hudson. He's not there. And the redshirt junior makes the wise choice to live to see another down.
That's a great decision. Great decision. That was really just a one-read kind of throw. He goes out, and in his progression, it's one read. If it's open, you throw it. If not, you throw it out of bounds or you throw it in the stands. And a nice job by Fifita in throwing that ball away.
That was a book club play. One read.
That's it. One read is all you need. They went away from the running game the last couple of plays. I know they picked it up on 4th down. We'll see that they go back to it right here.
Swap out running backs. Kedrick Reesino in the shotgun with Fifita. They give him good protection to the back corner of the end zone. Way too tall for Sam Olsen, the tight end, once again. 9:41 2nd quarter, a 1-touchdown game between number 18 BYU and Arizona.
And you get down here inside the 10-yard line and always say constricted quarters. So you don't have a lot of room, a lot of space, especially with the skill position guys that you have on Arizona. You're kind of falling into what BYU defensively wants you to do. And so right here, you got a little bunch formation. Can you find some space to get these guys open?
Ninth play of the drive. Here comes pressure. Fifita fires. It's too much. Chris Hudson, the target, incomplete. 4th and goal.
Here comes the field goal unit.
Yeah, they went for it earlier in the drive on 4th and 1. What did you think of the play calling there when they had 3 plays with goal to go?
3 plays with goal to go, and what they do? They threw the ball 3 times. The rush has been working, and you get down here and you don't run the ball at all. 3 consecutive plays at 1st and goal. And that was just a copycat play on the last one. They ran that play earlier. They got a touchdown when Hudson broke to the outside. This time he stayed to the inside, and the ball went over his head.
Michael Salgado Medina has not been a sure thing this year, but this is a chip shot. 24 yards. Well, off the fake punt, they took control at the 44-yard line, and they put 3 on the board. Harbor Freight. Alabama, 3 minutes to go, scores the go-ahead touchdown. Fifth team in SEC history to beat 3 ranked teams in a 3-week span. Huge game today. Indiana was 1-72 against AP top 5 teams. Curt Cignetti now 17-2 at Indiana. And Texas takes down Oklahoma.
Look at that, though. BYU now 1 of 11 undefeated FBS teams. Right now, Texas Tech, the other undefeated team in the Big 12, with a lead in their game over Kansas.
After putting 3 on the board, Arizona kicks away. 1st and 10 of the 25 coming up, and we go to the studio for more. All right, Kevin, thank you so much. How about, by the way, just to go back to Oklahoma and Texas.
Yeah.
For Texas, their largest win over an AP top 10 team since 1957 against Arkansas, which is before Jerry Jones played for the Razorbacks.
Whoa.
Been a while.
It's been a while.
5 yards there on 1st down. And I would imagine, Kirk, with the heavy rain that we're seeing now, we're going to see a lot more handoffs.
Yeah, look, it's about running the football. And when you really think about it, both these teams are really physical at the line of scrimmage. That's what both coaches talked about this week. Who's going to win that battle? Because both teams wanted to impose their will. And I think right now, if you told me who's got the advantage, I would probably say with this weather, you lean on BYU.
They're certainly well equipped to do it. 234 rushing yards a game. That's 15th best in the country. Oh, they bring the tight end Carson Ryan across the formation to free up L.J. Martin. He just carries defenders with him. 11 yards, 1st down. 4th in the country entering today, averaging almost 5 yards after contact.
Yeah, but just watch how he gets his shoulder square. See, when he gets his shoulder square, he's one of the best backs in all of college football. When he's going east and west, he kind of slows down a little bit. But when those shoulders are square, he's getting 4 or 5 yards every single time.
Danny Gonzalez, the defensive coordinator for Arizona, told us in their offices yesterday, we need to make him cut in the backfield. If he's cutting beyond the line of scrimmage, that's when we're going to be in trouble.
Well, you can't let him get going, right? When you see these bigger types of backs, it's hard for you to get them when they're already got a boatload of steam ahead of them. So you got to stop them in their tracks. Remember, L.J. Martin is 6'2", 220, and he runs like a boulder.
3rd straight year as the leading rusher for the Cougars. It's continued to work. They give it to him. A gain of maybe 2 there as Genesis Smith comes up to make the tackle. Kirk, he is their CEO.
Chief Energy Officer. He brings it. And one of the reasons why is because he plays multiple positions. He can be free safety. He can be the strong safety. And you can bring him in the box in the run game. So if they're going to turn this into I call a 9-on-7, a running game, Genesis Smith is going to have to do multi-duties, tackle in the backfield, but also be able to play in some coverage.
Bachmeier has 2 plays every time he comes to the line. Looked like he might have changed up what he saw right there. Gives it to L.J. Martin, who rumbles to the sticks as he collides with Chase Kennedy.
Did you see the yards after contact? He was hit about the 46-yard line in some kind of way. Watch, he's first contacted about the 46, and yet the play finishes around midfield or across midfield. That's giving him an opportunity right here to go for it. And I like this decision to go for it rather than what they did on the previous drive with the fake punt on 4th down.
It was 4th and 9 last time they went for it with a fake by Sam Vanderhaar. They're comfortable with this. You get the tush push there, a 230-pound quarterback being pushed by a 220-pound running back. Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah. Is that the paw push? What do you do? What do you do for Cougars, right? Look at that. Just Bachmeier gets behind that offensive line, and then you mentioned it. You've got L.J. Martin bench pressing him forward. And if this game, like I said, is going to turn into a rushing game, can this Arizona defense, can they fill the gaps? can they find a way to strike and play on the BYU side of the line of scrimmage?
7th play of the drive. All of the first 6 have been
Part of the
runs.
stat, BYU called their first charge timeout of the half.
Kalani
timeout.
Sitake under the rain, encouraged by what he's seeing. His team up 4 and on the move in Arizona territory.
Love that you're watching my Arizona Wildcats right now. Tomorrow, be sure to tune in for Sunday NFL Countdown with me and the fellas. Bear down.
On 1st and 10. Rain has stopped for the moment. The running has not. 9 yards there on the handoff to Martin up the middle.
And he's not touched until he got 5 yards down the field. So that tells me one thing. Just watch this offensive line of BYU getting on their blocks. It's a hat on a hat. And right now, this Arizona defense is making it tough on themselves by not getting in the gap.
"13 carries for Martin, 99 yards. And the century mark is complete. Boy, he is just having the seas part for him through the middle of this defense right now.
I mean, just look at these blocks. Everybody up there, Isaiah Jada, the left tackle, number 71, he's getting up. He's had some great blocks. And then watch 71 on the end. He's just getting up. He's on the second level. Look, he's covering up the linebacker, Tay Brown. So just watch as they just continue to say, you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You're probably going to your wide receiver and say, hey, guess what, fellas? We may not be throwing the football a lot the way that we're running the football today.
Ryan, the tight end, in motion. Rex gets his second handoff and is toppled at best for no gain on the play as he tried to go around the edge. You remember when we came on the air tonight and Dawn was telling us about the weather report. It was not raining at the time, but that Aaron Roderick, the offensive coordinator for BYU, said we've got plan A, which is normal weather, and plan B, which is heavy rain. And this seems like it's plan B right now.
Yeah, they're going to plan B right now. And they're trying to find different ways to get the ball on the inside with LJ, but then on the outside with some of their skill position players.
Nice swiping tackle coming in from the outside to make the stop there. As Marquise Groves Killebrew, MGK, came in and got the legs of LJ Martin.
Yeah, that's a nice job by Killebrew, because now you're starting to see, I think, the adjustment by Danny Gonzalez. He's going to have to start bringing some corners and safeties, right? Because right now the linebackers are kind of getting swallowed up by this O-line, so you're seeing some safeties and guys come up, and now you got a tight end up top.
Still haven't passed it on this drive. Bachmeier gets flushed. And he's out of bounds on third down around the 27-yard line, which sets them up for about a 44, 45-yard field goal attempt here on fourth down.
Well, look, they're starting to play some good defense. We showed Teddy Bruschi coming out of a break, and guess what? You get a stop on defense. Nice job by Tay Brown coming through on the pressure. He's the one that flushed Bachmeier to his left. And once you get a right-handed quarterback going left, very difficult to throw back across your body. And that's what forces the field goal.
Officially 42 for Will Ferrin. 2 weeks ago had a streak of 25 made field goals in a row come to an end. And this field goal is no good. He just narrowly missed it. 1 for his last 4 for a kicker who's 85% of his career.
Everything was good. The operation, the hold, snap, everything was great. But that kick just sailed to the left. Here, you got the snap, get down, hold, everything's good, except the kick. And you wonder, does weather play a part in that, right? A little bit of rain, the footing, sometimes you're thinking about your footing as well. Don did a great report earlier talking about how this turf is not the normal turf that you get around college football. With the rubber pellets, this is a cork field, so sometimes the footing can play into the mind of a kicker.
Well, Arizona has a chance to take the lead here into the half. After going down 14-0 first quarter, they responded. Chris Hudson with a touchdown grab. And this is Risano off the left side. Gets 4 yards, maybe 5 there on first down. 2.5 to go. And we got the 2-minute timeout coming up. All 3 timeouts for Arizona. That was a long, fruitless drive for BYU. Almost 7 minutes came off the clock and no points to show for it.
And this is a big drive here for Arizona. They get the ball to start the second half. So hopefully maybe you can get a 2-for-1 possession here. And I don't even know if you snap this ball before the 2-minute. I think you just try to draw them off sides.
They go ahead with it. It works out pretty well.
There you go.
7-yard pickup. 7 seconds past. 2 to play in the first half. And Arizona looking to take the lead at the break.
This is the 2-minute timeout.
Texas Tech, one of the hottest teams in the country right now. Top 10 for the first time since 2013. Winning by an average of 37 a game. BYU's not far off from that number, finding themselves in a close game here. But they knew, both teams did, coming in, this was going to be the biggest test of the season in game number 6.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams really felt like, hey, the competition in the first couple of games, yes, and Iowa State had beaten Arizona, but they knew BYU was going to be a great test for them.
Fifita's got time in the pocket. To the sideline. Excellent toss there to Chris Hunter, who makes his first catch of the night into BYU territory.
I love how he bought time. He bought time and barely got that ball over Evan Johnson, number 0. And a nice job by Hunter, not only to get the pass caught, but to get out of bounds, too. Both had 2 feet in.
They get the operation moving quickly back to the line of scrimmage. And a push forward for Quincy Craig. First-year transfer from Portland State for 6.
And now you like where this drive is going, 1:15, and you still have all of your timeouts, so no need to rush. You're saying right now, BYU does not get this ball back.
First read, second not there as well. Fifita throws it away. There's the value of experience for a guy who led the Big 12 in interceptions last year to know it's still early here. I don't need to force it.
Yeah, that's a nice job there by Fifita. And he gets back in there, and he's bouncing in his drop. He's bouncing, he's trying to buy time, but he throws the ball away, which is a great job of a young quarterback getting to the next down.
Wildcats 0 for 5 on 3rd down. BYU drops 8. Fifita steps up to the 35-yard line for a first down. Inside a minute to go in the first half, 6-yard pickup.
I almost want to see him do that a little bit more. If they're going to retreat and play coverage, Fifita should take off and get 5 yards just like he did.
4 to choose from. He throws deep, looking for 6, and he puts it on the money. Chris Hunter. Arizona's got the lead for the first time tonight.
I know it's nighttime here, and we've had a lot of rain, but you want to see a real rainbow, watch this throw. It goes up and lands right in the bucket or the pot of gold. What a throw by Fifita, leading Chris Hunter to the outside. And the catch and the little celebration at the end, and now the Wildcats take the lead.
One way becomes 17-14 Arizona.
And it starts with the blocking up front. You get great blocking, and then you've got a quarterback with belief. To just watch the air on this football. It goes up like the rainbow. It lands right in that pot of gold. That's an outstanding throw and an even better catch. That's a tight spiral, and it just falls right into the arms of Chris Hunter.
Second passing touchdown of the night for Noah Fifita, coming off a 5-touchdown game last week and climbing his way rapidly in the Arizona record books as well. Only 2 quarterbacks have done it better than him, Nick Foles and Willie Tuitama, and he is on pace to pass them by the end of this year.
See how BYU responds. They still have 2 timeouts, 40 seconds left, and see young Bear Bachmeier in the 2-minute drill.
Going to be a late night for the players, going to be a late night for the fans, but that gave them a jolt of energy. Time now for our drive recap, brought to you by AutoZone.
That last drive, it started off with the run game, and then there was a couple of conversions in there by the quarterback, Noah Fifita. This one in particular, it's 3rd and 5, and he finds and gets 7. And that allowed this play to happen. The shot deep down the field to Chris Hunter. What a response and what a drive. That's the best drive of the game by this Arizona offense.
40 seconds, 2 timeouts. The true freshman Bear Bachmeier on the rollout into a narrow window to Parker Kingston. And they're getting right back to the line quickly as the clock stops momentarily. 14 yards on first down.
And watching Bear Bachmeier operate the 2-minute drill. with 2 timeouts.
Kingston again. That was dangerous. Incomplete. Well, they want to get something going here because their last 2 drives have been pretty regrettable. You had the fake punt that didn't work, and then the very unusual missed field goal from Will Ferrin.
Yeah, because you're trying to do some things that are just uncharacteristic. They've been running the football throughout the game, but when it's come time to punch it in and keep the drive going, the drives have stalled. So here now, you're able to use the entire field as Bear Bachmeier. Here comes the pressure looks.
He's got time. His pass to the sideline is intercepted. Traden Stukes with a purloined pigskin.
What a job by Stukes. He undercut this route. He knew where Bear Bachmeier was going, but this was such a tight window that I'm surprised that Bear even threw this football. Just watch how this play kind of develops. Here's Stukes here. This play is going to go here and go right to the outside, and Stukes just undercut it. Just a nice job by the corner playing 2 routes. He stays under it. He cut underneath it. That's a terrific job. Great hip turn. He's trying to get the ball to Parker Kingston, and just a nice job there by Stukes with the interception.
The Arizona locker room at halftime, what's it going to be like?
I think you're starting to have belief now. Belief and understanding.
Fafita with an equally dangerous throw to the near sideline. Siale Acera getting a hand on it. So for Bachmeier, that's just the 2nd interception of his career. One of the questions they wanted to see, one of the questions we had as well, how does he respond to adversity? He's going to have quite a while to sit and stew with that, but it is a shorter halftime today because of the 70 or so minute weather delay we had earlier. They've cut 8 minutes off of halftime. It'll be just 12 minutes. Fafita on the move. If the pass was there, he can take it, and instead the clock continues to run. So BYU took a 14-0 lead, 17 unanswered for Arizona, looking for the upset here at home over number 18 BYU. Our halftime report in the studio with Trevor Matich. Here's Kevin Connors.
that weather delay, it's been all cats, and I'm talking about the Wildcats. They've been able to go out and make some plays, and it's really been, to me, the miscues by BYU since the delay that have put the Wildcats in the position that they're in.
So BYU undefeated on the year. They're going to try and dig themselves out of a hole. One of the missed opportunities came from Will Ferrin with a missed field goal late there in the first half. He kicks it away as Arizona will start the half with the ball and the 3-point lead. Kirk, here are some of those mistakes from BYU.
Yeah, it all started earlier with Keanu Tanavasa, 57. He comes in with the targeting call right there on Noah Fafita. Then after that, it was the failed fake punt on a 4th and 9. They didn't pick it up. Then you had the missed field goal on the next drive, and then the drive after that, 2-minute drill, you got Bear Bachmeier, who throws his 2nd interception of the year. So it's those miscues of the reason why the Wildcats are ahead in this game.
So no points in the second quarter for BYU. 32 straight quarters they had scored, and that streak comes to an end here tonight. On the ground, first down, Ismail Mahdi with the carry. Let's go down to Dawn and see what she learned at the half.
Yes, we have got to disrupt Noah Fafita. That is what Kalani Sitake told me he was going to deliver to his team in that locker room. He was really happy with how they were able to run the ball offensively, want to continue that, but somehow they've got to get to the quarterback for Arizona. And Brent Brennan really happy with the protection they gave to Noah late in that second quarter. Said that was a difference. As far as stopping BYU's run game, he said we have got to play physical. We knew it coming in with a wet game in this BYU team.
Thank you, Dawn. And to start this drive, Ismail Mahdi getting the bulk of the carries here, Kirk. He had their leading rusher on the year, 2 carries in the first half, and now 3 in a row here to start the third quarter.
He's at the bulk of the carries. He had all 3 to start this half. And 3 yards equals 10+ yards, so a first down. So obviously that was a adjustment made at halftime. Get Ismail Mahdi the football.
Just 2 games ago, he went for 189 yards against K-State. See if they can keep up the good protection for Fafita. He's got all sorts of time, has a lane to get outside, the ability to scramble, and his pass complete just shy of midfield to Chris Hudson.
I like this decision. I thought he was going to take off and run. He had the opportunity to get positive yards, but man, when you believe and trust in your arm, then you can put it in a spot where you know your guy can go get it. Just watch the end of this play with Chris Hudson. Fafita buying time, but then he finds Hudson at the end. This is a nice job there by the quarterback.
Mahdi bounces off the first wave of tacklers and goes down in the second. Great pursuit by Therian Alexander III to take him down for a loss of 2 on the carry.
Yeah, that was a big hit right there in the middle of the field. I didn't see who that linebacker was. It was coming down here. I think it was Kafusi, number 16 or number 18. Remember, he's playing in for the injured Jack Kelly. And you mentioned Alexander right there playing cleanup at the end.
Armore, the tight end in motion, not much of a pass catcher. They send him out, go the other way. What a grab there by Hudson, reaching up to get it and takes it to the BYU 35-yard line for 19 more.
Man, that looked like an NFL grab. I'm looking at it from up here. That was delivered on time, and watch Hudson. He gets out of that break. He cuts to the inside. That ball's delivered. He goes up and grabs it. That's an outstanding catch by Chris Hudson, 5'11", 173. He looked like he was 6'4" on that one.
It was not a perfect throw, but he turned that potentially dangerous play into a Picasso and a first down. 17 unanswered by Arizona. They scored 10 in a row after the lightning break. Flag is down, pass is incomplete, and there are 2 flags on the play.
Yeah, they're probably going to get a chop block.
Personal foul, chop block, number 24 and 52. Offense, 15-yard penalty, still first down.
Amazingly, that's only the 3rd penalty of the game and the 1st on Arizona.
Yeah, it's just a chop block. It's 2 guys working. Quincy Craig, who's the linebacker, and 52 is going to be right here. One guy cannot be engaged up high, and then Craig goes low. That's easy call by the official.
Cannon DeCambra, This is the first season he is playing center. They moved him there at the beginning of the season, or the beginning of camp, hoping just to get some depth behind Grayson Stovall, and he ended up winning the job in the film room 1 a.m., 2 a.m. during preseason camp, bonding with Noah Fifita, who lets it fly to the far side. Leaping grab on the edge. Trey Spivey gets 10.
I want to go back to DeCamber, though. I thought it was a great story that we found out. Remember, he was at Hawaii last year. He transfers. Remember, he played tackle at Hawaii. So he's like, yeah, I'll transfer to Arizona. I'll come play tackle. Where you need me at left, right? How about center? And now he's your starting center. How great is that? This is what college football is about. Opportunities that you didn't know that you had in front of you. And now the chemistry between center and quarterback, you've seen it throughout this game.
Seth Daigle, the offensive coordinator, said, I got on the phone with him, instantly felt a connection, knew we had to have him. 8th play of the drive, and Fifita demolished. Flag is down on the play. Isaiah Glasker, a guy with NFL potential, just flattened Fifita.
That's a penalty on his play. I'm trying to see where the penalty came in, but Glasker he beat through Ty Buchanan.
High hit, Kirk.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a high hit, but I don't know what happens here. But it's a nice job by Glasker on the play.
Here's a call.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, number 16, with targeting, defense, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down. Previous play is under further review.
Glasker just can't believe it.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it because I don't see the indicators for targeting. And I'm with Kalani Sitake right here because there's have to be indicators when we're talking about targeting. And I don't know if I saw anything that rose to the level. I didn't see a lowering of the helmet. I didn't see a launch.
It's certainly not with the crown of the helmet.
Yeah, I do see the helmet contact, but that's more with the face mask. And so my initial looks at it right here, I don't think that this is going to be upheld for targeting. I'm just watching as it comes through. I don't see a leading with the helmet, and I don't see a launch. I think the more and more I look at it, I'm probably going to stick with that this will not be targeted.
As the rule is written, when in question, it is a foul, so that's why they throw the flag there with the appearance that it might have been targeting. We also have to question, too, here, is this an incomplete pass or a fumble? Was his arm coming forward?
That's a great point. That's the end of it. I'm going to say that this was an incomplete pass, so I see the arm already coming forward from a couple of angles.
After review, there is no foul for targeting. Number 16 will remain in the game. However, the 15-yard penalty for roughing the passer is enforced. First down.
Yeah, Kalani Sitake said, how? Well, they're saying that he hit him in the head and neck area. So that's the part that I'm going to go with. The penalty of roughing the passer comes in on the hit in the head and neck area, but it was not targeting. It was not a helmet lowering or a launch, and that's where the penalty came in. So that's what Kalani Sitake is trying to figure out. That's what he's trying to figure out. If the targeting is not upheld, how do we still get 15 yards on the personal foul? I think because there was a hit in the head and neck area, but not targeting. It was still the personal foul penalty was enforced, but not the targeting.
So this sets up Arizona 1st and 10 on the doorstep of the red zone. They give Teresiano nothing. Kirk, anybody who knows Kalani Sitake knows that he is as even keel as they come. But part of the anger that you just saw with that 15-yard penalty is because of who they already have out. They lost Keanu Tanuvasa along the defensive line. 12 minutes to go in the second quarter because of targeting. They're down Jack Kelly, one of their best linebackers in this game. They just can't afford to lose anybody else.
Man, those are prominent players on this defense. A couple of captains, and now they're not available. So yeah, I think you, as a coach, you'd be upset with that situation.
Fifita let it go quickly. foot down along the sideline for Chris Hudson, who makes the grab, a gain of 7. Hudson coming into this game in the first 5 contests had 11 catches now. He's approaching 10 here in this game.
He's been the guy. And you can see his confidence just rising game to game. That was a complete pass. And I don't know if you've noticed this, partner, but Fifita's in a nice little rhythm right now. And we've seen that from the second quarter. Since he's been back from the delay, he's been a nice little groove at the quarterback spot.
Ask him to throw it again. He does. On the inside screen, short of the first down, Luke Wysong.
Wow, that's a decision. And I think the decision is to go for it on 4th down. I think you have the momentum right now. Your offense is moving. I don't know if I want the field goal unit out. I keep the ball in Fifita's hands, and I give him the run play option, run pass option. If it's not there, go run it. If it's there, make the right throw.
2 of 2 on 4th down. He's by himself in the backfield with Risano in the slot.
He sees there's no safety in the middle. He's checking. There it is. No safety in the middle. See this? No safety over in here.
Lined up for the sneak.
Did get it.
He's stuffed, but there's a flag down from the far sideline.
It looks to be offside defense.
Offside, number 7. Defense lined up in the neutral zone. 5-yard penalty results in a first down.
That's his second offside penalty tonight against Logan Lutui.
Yeah, Logan Lutui's got to be a little bit better. You got to know where the line of scrimmage is. You got to see and look and know. Lutui's on the right, and I think it's right when he got set. You can see his helmet is right to me from this angle in the neutral zone. He's kind of looking at the call, trying to see where everybody's lined up at. And when he went down or getting to that 3-point stance, the official said his helmet broke the line. And that's
Arizona,
offside.
Kirk gifted 20 yards on penalties on this drive already. Fifita flushed. He is fleet of foot. He fires and throws it away.
All right, let's go back to that offsides. Here's the free, and I want to show you right here, this is the helmet that's in question. And you also have a hand right here as well. So you got multiple, see these guys are all behind the line, and then you have that one on the line and a helmet in there, and that's where the penalty comes in at.
Never good to be a habitual line stepper. Second time offside. Approaching the middle of the 3rd quarter. 17 straight points from Arizona. 12th play of the drive. A lunge ahead, Quincy Craig. 4-yard pickup as they've rotated pretty well between Craig and Mahdi and Risano, and we've seen Fifita get on the move too. 3rd down here, 6 to go. What do you like?
Yeah, I'm looking at where the ball's at, left hash. So think about something coming to the right hash. Quarterback on the move. And I got an injured player coming off.
For an injured BYU player.
Siali Acera, 54, is coming off. You already mentioned the guys, they're already down on defense, so now your starting middle linebacker comes off.
So Acera heads to the bench. A big 3rd and 6 coming up for Arizona. has been penalized for 20 total yards. And Kalani Sitake, this went on for a good 90 seconds, 2 minutes during the timeout.
Yeah, I think he's still upset, frustrated about a targeting call that was not upheld, but a personal foul. Roughing the passer was, so he's still upset about that call.
3rd and 6. Keep an eye on Chris Hudson, bottom of your screen, who's been targeted a team high 11 times tonight. 7 grabs, 87 yards. Instead, it's a short throw to the tight end, Sam Olsen, who breaks through the first wave and is pushed out of bounds for a gain of 2. Kirk, what do you think?
I don't like it, right? The first things you say, what, short side? That's a short side of the field. So not a lot of room to work with. The ball's on the left hash. You've got a lot of room to the right side. And I'm thinking the same way right now with the offense being on the field. Maybe that was the plan all along. If you get it, then you got it. If you don't, go for it on 4th down. And right now, no field goal unit in sight.
This drive has now taken half of the 3rd quarter. 4th and 4, 14th play coming up.
Here's your guy Hudson right here.
Fafita's got time. Retreating, pressured, a desperation toss, and it's taken away. Well, it was going to BYU one way or the other, and it ends up in Isaiah Glasker's breadbasket.
It's all about bend, but don't break. Tausili Akana just coming off the edge and fighting all the way through, forcing the quarterback to make a throw, and the interception. Nice job by the Cougars.
Originate. Detective Dawn on it. Take you back to the 1920s. 1926, John Bird, Button Salmon, a varsity quarterback, student body president, loved by all, critically injured in a car accident and passed away days later. The coach at the time, J.F. Pop McHale, visited him in the hospital regularly before he died. Later told his team the last message from John was, "You tell them, tell the team to bear down." You see the bronze bust memorial statue now sits outside of the Arizona football facilities, and that bear down lives on forever, guys.
Detective Dawn all over it here tonight, whether it's telling us about the cork infill on the field, the two different rain versus non-rain game plans for BYU, and then to the motto of Arizona Athletics. Mike Cousins, Kirk Morrison, Dawn Davenport, glad you're with us. Whether you're in one of the mountain time zones or staying up late out on the East Coast for this matchup. 17-14, Arizona has scored 17 unanswered, and they're deep in their own territory here after the second interception of the season by linebacker Isaiah Glasker. Bear Bachmeier's slow start for the freshman quarterback. He is just 4 of 11. And from his own end zone, makes his 5th completion of the day. Parker Kingston with the catch, but there is a flag back in the area of the line of scrimmage. 13 yards pending the penalty.
Yeah, they're gonna get the right guard. It looks like on a nice on a pull down.
Number 55, offense. That penalty would be enforced. Half the distance to the goal. Replay, second down.
Not much of a penalty considering the field position, but nevertheless a disconcerting trend for BYU with a couple flags that last drive and one here.
Yeah, but just watch what happens with Austin Leusa. He comes in and he's just a pull down. It looks like a bull rush, but when you see the defender abruptly fall to the ground like that, that's a hold. That's a grab. He throws to the ground. The flag came in right after.
LJ Martin has been their workhorse today, so why not give it back to him? He gets them out to the 10. So every play, Bear Bachmeier gets the call from offensive coordinator Aaron Roderick. He's got 2 plays, and they told us their play calls are long. The example that they played for how they practiced their play calls was Kirk Cousins from the Netflix series Quarterback. So you might have a play call that comes out speed right, Joe Hokie, Z-rub low, X-back, and then a can, which means we're getting rid of that play. We're going to another one. So there's a lot floating around in the noggin for the 19-year-old true freshman Bear Bachmeier. 3rd and 4. Flush back, gets rid of it, and it's 4th down. Arizona bearing down on Bear Bachmeier.
And this is what you want to see from the young freshman quarterback. They're going to throw some different looks at him. This time it was Riley Wilson, the linebacker, coming through on a late blitz. He flushed Bachmeier out of the pocket, and this is where Bachmeier has to find answers. You can the play at the line of scrimmage, but do you have answers post-snap? And the picture is changing as that ball is snapped on every play.
Sam Vanderhaar is going to need a big boot here. He clears midfield, and Luke Wysong with a stumble does bring it in. 43 yards on the kick from the Aussie, and it's back to Arizona. goodness. Came in winning by an average of 37 a game. Only Indiana was better. And what a start. Top 10 for the first time since 2013 and rising for the Red Raiders. So after a BYU punt, Arizona takes over. Noah Fifita with a handoff to Ismail Mahdi. Whoa! What a tackle there on first down. Shot out of a cannon. Faletau Satuala.
Oh, man. Man, Satuala comes out from center field. He's a Chicago Cub over here saying, not against me.
Put me in, coach. I'm ready to play.
That's a play right there. That's a textbook tackle in the open field. Satuala.
Injured offensive lineman for Arizona. Chuba Ma'ai, the left guard, is the injured player for the Wildcats, the redshirt senior from Long Beach, California. Second year with Arizona after transferring in from UC Davis, where he played for our former colleague, Dan Hawkins.
Yeah. Aggies. Yeah, I just saw he was engaged with Logan Latui. And that's all I saw. He came around on the pull, and that's where the contact happened. Yeah, here he is. He's going to come around here on the pull, right in here, and he's going to contact right here. And so I didn't see much initially, but at the end of the play, just stayed on the ground.
Going down to a knee, holding his side, and helped off the field. His backup, Michael Wooten, redshirt junior from Duquesne, PA. One of the things that you hear from the Wildcats to a man is that Noah Fifita, their quarterback, is a uniter.
Yeah.
He has a gregarious personality. And so this type of substitution is not going to rattle their offense because he pulls everybody together in the same direction.
Yeah, that's just the mentality they have. And that's just the way this ball club has been in year 2 under Britt Brennan. That's the reason why. It's because of their quarterback. Togetherness.
Oh, there's a quick blitz. Fifita gets away from it. Uncorks. Incomplete for Chris Hudson. Tausili Akana, as if he knew the play call, greeted Noah Fifita right away.
Yeah, Tausili comes all the way, and he just comes free. And at the end of the play, I think both guys are going for the football. That's a great no call by the officials. I think both guys are trying to adjust. Both players, that's Hudson, Darian Alexander, number 1. They're going back and forth. I thought that was a great no call at the end. They're keeping the flag in the pocket.
Third down, Cougars rush 3. Fifita's made them pay in this situation earlier tonight. Ball is incomplete on the edge. Excellent coverage from Maury Bamba to force the tip ball. Fourth down, punt team coming on.
Yeah, I think he had him initially, but that ball hung in the air for so long, and Maury Bamba was able to recover and get that right hand right inside of the grip of Trey Spivey. That was a terrific job. That ball hung in the air for so long, but able to knock it away.
Parker Kingston back deep to receive. Lovison's punt, and it's a fair catch right at the 20-yard line. Next Saturday, the SEC on ABC continues. Pair of excellent matchups, 3:30. It'll be the University of Mississippi and Georgia. And then at 7:30, Tennessee takes on Alabama. Bama, late win today on the road at Missouri to go to 5-1. A thrilling game. Ohio State, #1 in the country, takes care of business against Illinois. Our college football rankings brought to you by AT&T. One of the better games of the week, Kirk.
Yeah.
Curt Cignetti and the Indiana Hoosiers with a win over Oregon.
Well, how far, I'm sorry, do the Oregon Ducks fall? I mean, that's a loss to the #7 team in the country. I know Indiana has to leapfrog Oregon, but do they slip out of the top 10? Also, Oklahoma with the loss to Texas.
John Mateer, the quarterback, getting the start in that game. Throw over the middle on first down, and it's Chase Roberts. He's caught a pass in 32 straight games, gets 8 yards on the crossing route.
But it's kind of funny because he was like my guy, my impact player to start the game. And here we are with 4 minutes to go in the third quarter, and he gets his first pass. I mean, his first catch of the game. I'm surprised that he hasn't been more of the go-to guy in the offense today.
It's only the second target of the game for their leading receiver this year. The bulk of the passes have gone Parker Kingston's way. And they're not going to abandon the run game. They get the first down. It's just a 3-point game. Even though at this point, Kurt, you couldn't fault them for feeling like the gap is bigger than 3 points.
Yeah, so this is how it's been. The first quarter was all BYU. We have a delay. Then the second quarter was all Arizona. And now we've gotten to this third quarter, and Arizona has had a couple of good drives with no points. And now BYU just telling their freshman quarterback, take a deep breath, Bear Bachmeier. We're going to get back to what we do. And you saw running the football starting off.
Fake the orbit give to Roberts, and a bullet of a throw to Parker Kingston. Takes them toward midfield.
Yeah, it's a lot of traffic, but Bear Bachmeier, believing in his arm, he locks in on Parker Kingston and delivers a strike. Look how many Arizona Wildcats are near. This ball is thrown perfectly right there in front of the safety, the corner, Aiden Garnes. And now two plays, and now you feel confident that they're on a nice little run here.
Bachmeier incomplete. Second down and 10 coming up. Let's go to the studio for an update. Not much room for error for South Carolina. LSU, number 11 team in the country. The pressure is always high in the Bayou on Brian Kelly and the Tigers. 2nd and 10 after the incomplete pass. It's Ryan, the tight end, in motion. Option. Pitch it back for Martin. He gets the edge and across midfield.
Just terrific team speed on both sides. You had guys running in the alley for Arizona, but Bear Bachmeier, right, the playmaker, getting a little speed option going with him and L.J. Martin. You kind of love this. You're settling your young quarterback down. They ran the ball. He had a good completion to Kingston. Now you're running option with him. I'd go right back to it. I'd go right back to the option to the open field.
Look at this front right now for Arizona. How do you read that?
It's the final picture.
Bachmeier hits the crosser. Cody Hagan falls forward and gets enough for a first down. First ball even thrown Hagan's way, and he comes up here late in the third with a big catch.
That's just a screenplay. Watch the tight end. He's going to motion and motion. He's going to come in here and watch how he waits till the ball is caught. Just watch Carson Ryan, number 20. He goes in. See, he's waiting. and then he hears the go, 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 go. It means that Hagan's got the ball. So a nice little inside screen there by BYU. A great play call, but great patience by Carson Ryan, number 20, the tight end.
7th play of the drive for BYU. A minute to go in the third. Bachmeier, quick handoff. Not a lot of operating room for Parker Kingston. Nothing doing. 50 seconds and counting third quarter. BYU was scoreless in the second after putting up 14 in the first.
You know, now with Preston Rex back in the game, number 12 at running back, it's like they go away from the inside run. Right, we've seen some perimeter plays here, but the best play that we've seen in the run game has been the downhill run with L.J. Martin.
Rex tonight getting his first career carries. Ball is loose. A lucky bounce for Bachmeier. Can he make the most of it? And that ball downfield is taken away for the second time tonight. Dalton Johnson with the pick.
This is just a freshman mistake by Bachmeier. The ball's in the air, so right now you're like, okay, I've got the ball, let me just throw it away. But he sees that Carson Ryan's open, but Dalton Johnson just flying, and he undercut the route. When you're throwing off one foot, that ball hangs in the air, and it hung long enough. And that's the second interception for Bachmeier. He came in with one. Tonight, he's got two. And this defense bearing down here in the desert.
In this game last year, which ended up being a big margin of victory for BYU, it was third quarter turnovers that really helped tilt the balance in favor of the Cougars. Now we'll see if Arizona can take advantage of some mistakes from the first-year quarterback. Kirk, I think what Bachmeier didn't realize there on the rollout after the fumble, or the near fumble,
yeah,
he had way more time.
Well, the time to just throw the ball away. Like, the play's already over. You throw that ball, get out of bounds, or throw it out of bounds, and you get to the next down. Would have been an incomplete pass. You start back where the ball was.
Yesterday, somebody smarter than me, and take your pick, but the answer is Brent Brennan, the Arizona head coach, said with teams this good, it's not going to be decided in the first three. It's going to be decided in the fourth, and we got 15 minutes to get a winner. Welcome back to ESPN College Football Primetime presented by Geico. Arizona by 3 to start the fourth after a Bear Bachmeier interception. Moments ago, Don Davenport with Cougars head coach Kalani Sitake.
Coach, what do you need to see from your team to get back into rhythm?
Yeah, we're in the game. I mean, they have a 3-point lead, and we just got to keep playing. And, you know, there's a turnover right there, so we just got to play stronger and be more physical. I like where we're at. We just got to make the most out of this next 15 minutes.
Thank you, Coach.
Appreciate it.
And the Arizona defense, 2 interceptions tonight. It's 9 on the year, Kirk. That's more than they had all of last season. And a win tonight will surpass their win total from a year ago.
Well, wise defensive coaches always told me sometimes you don't get them, and then all of a sudden you get one, and then they come in bunches.
A win today will be their best 6-game start in more than a decade. 2014. They also started the year 5-1. They're down in 3. And Fafita makes the right read. Nunu Watley, first down, keeps battling. And is to the 41-yard line for a gain of 8.
I want you to watch the quarterback. We talked about a lot early on about his composure in the pocket. Watch how he buys a little bit of time. It's not the hop, but it's just a small slide. Watch the feet of Noah Fafita. He gets back there, he's waiting, and see just a little slide. Just a little bounce to the left, and that ball's out of his hand. That's how you buy time, but also find a way to get away from the rush.
Blitz is on. He does buy himself some time and is nearly intercepted. And Kirk, he is listed at 5'10". He is not exactly 5'10". That might be with the cleats, with the helmet on. How is life different for a quarterback of that size? Because here is the picture we took pregame. That is Dawn. She is a self-reported 5'4". So, you know, depth of the picture will give you a little bit there. They're closer in height than, let's say, you or I are with Fafita.
Yeah, so he has to find ways and get throwing angles. You've seen some of the quarterbacks of that stature in the National Football League, Russell Wilson, Drew Brees. Those types of guys, they have to find ways to create space, but they have terrific arms. The ball can always get there.
Long ball down the sideline. Chris Hunter, it's incomplete. And maybe a quarterback up the road a couple of hours.
Yeah, Kyler Murray, right? But this throw is right here. It's on the money, but just not able to bring it all the way in. Darian Alexander is having himself a really good game. He's been on a lot of these plays deep down the field. They haven't really completed many on him.
Playing well, picked off the ball last week in their win over West Virginia. Now, Kalani Sitake said it. I like where we are. Can they get off the field on 3rd and 10? Fafita flushed. Tight window. It's Hudson. Every time there's been a tense moment tonight, number 4 has been the answer. 14 yards, the chains move.
But it started with the 3-man rush. And Noah Fafita realized, oh, I got 3-man rush, got to the outside to buy him a little bit more time. And that time allowed him to step into that throw. He delivered a bullet to Hudson.
Last year against BYU, he got intercepted 3 times. On this drive, he's looking to reach the end zone through the air for a 3rd time. With time, and a dart incomplete. Tuesday night, ESPN has an NHL doubleheader. Ovi and the Caps hosts Nikita Kucherov, the 3-time Art Ross Trophy winner, and the Lightning at 7 Eastern. And it's to Dallas for the Wild, taking on Matt Duchene and the Stars. Coverage starts with The Point, 5:30 Eastern on ESPN2 for the Tuesday night doubleheader. Here in Tucson, Arizona, Mike Cousins, former San Diego State and NFL linebacker Kirk Morrison up in the booth. Don Davenport down on the field. 3-point lead for Arizona early in the 4th. Fafita on the move. Short completion to Ismail Mahdi, the running back, first-year transfer from Texas State, who played there the last 2 years. And it's connections that always get you where you want to be in the world. And for him, it was their running backs coach, Eric Stevens, who was a Texas Tech teammate of offensive coordinator Seth Doege. So 3rd and long again, Kirk. It's been Chris Hudson who's been the bailout lever, if you will, tonight for Fifita. Let's see if BYU can lock him down here and make Fifita make another choice. He's at the top of the screen. They got a spy on Fifita. And his throw is right at the sticks to Luke Wysong.
The ability of Fifita to realize he saw the pressure, ran to the outside, bought a little time, threw across his body, and they got a very generous spot on this one. I want to see where does he come down at, and here comes the stoppage of play, because I thought he got a little bit.
Is under further review.
Let's see where that football was. I thought it was probably about a good half a yard short of the first down marker. And I think even Fifita knew it because he was rushing his offensive line and everybody onto the line. Let's just see right where he catches it. He catches it about the 36.
After review, the runner is short of the line of gain. It'll be 4th and short.
Yeah, the yellow line is unofficial, but we know the 35 was pretty darn official, and the ball was short of that.
He caught it about the 35, fell about was caught at the 36 and fell about the 35 and a half. So it's about that half-yard line. And so that sets up a 4th down.
So they are 2 of 3 on 4th down. Remember, there was an offside penalty earlier in the game on a 4th down on Logan Lutui, the defensive end.
And you didn't like the quarterback sneak with the quarterback Fifita on the 4th down.
With the 5'8", 195-pound quarterback?
You didn't like that?
No, you're right.
He's a powerful man. I want to see what do they dial up here on 4th down. Ball's on the right hash, too. Right-hand quarterbacks. First thing I always think about, where's the ball? What hash mark?
Well, it's double tight end to the right side. Risano powers through a tackle. He keeps on going, and 4th and long turns into a touchdown. A 36-yard punch to the sternum.
You can't draw it up any better, but you got the middle linebacker, Siale Esera, and you got this running back. They're going to meet right here, and watch what happens. Boom! Right through the tackle of Esera, and you're playing the fight song if you're the Wildcats. Risano runs into the end zone. You got that play stopped. He runs through the tackle, and it turns into a touchdown.
By the way, for the record, I like that call.
That's a good call. That's a good call. Hand it to your 6 foot, 214 pound back. Let him run to the end zone. Nobody's going to catch him.
Action of the year. Who will take home the trophy this year? Maybe it's the Zona Zoo. Well, they were requested to show up in full force this week by Brent Brennan, and boy, have they answered the call, even waiting out a long weather delay here tonight. Well, we haven't had a kickoff return tonight. It's a touchback. Let's go to studio for a quick update. And I know that's a game that every BYU fan is looking forward to. Utes had lost 5 of their last 6 at home, trending in the right direction. BYU has not trended in the right direction tonight. They've turned the ball over. 2 interceptions tonight for Bear Bachmeier, the 2nd and 3rd of his career. Started with the run game here. And he is 9 yards forward on first down.
You know, they haven't scored since the first quarter. So they've just been really trying to find where do they get their offense back in sync. Bear Bachmeier is having the freshman adversity. We were trying to figure out when would they have it. They won games with double-digit leads in all of them except the Colorado game. This is the first bit of adversity here for the freshman Bear Bachmeier.
He's going up against the defense led by Danny Gonzalez, who comes out of the Rocky Long coaching tree. 22 years together, whether as a player or as a coach. San Diego State, New Mexico, that shows you so many different looks. LJ Barton has to scratch and claw for the first down. That's a defense that is fired up and ready to go, and it starts before the game.
Yeah, it starts before the game. I want you to see the defensive backs coach, the former NFL player, Chuck Cecil. Yeah, that's Chuck Cecil. All 60 years of age of Chuck Cecil setting the tone, setting the tempo for this defense. They talked about tackling and tackling. They do it. This is pre-game. This isn't practice. This is today before the game. And this defense has tackled well today, especially after the weather delay.
Ball is tipped and caught. Wow, Bachmeier. Never say die on that ball tipped at the line.
Man, he can do it all. He not only can throw, but he can also catch his own passes. And Bachmeier, man, he's a gamer. Loved talking with him yesterday. He's all about ball. And you get to see it's infectious. His teammates love him. They walk around and it's like, man, that's our guy. And now he can't go to BYU basketball games without the fans yelling out his name.
And he's the 2nd biggest star at the Marriott Center this year behind A.J. DeBanson.
Yeah.
He ran out of options, now takes off. Ball knocked down into Arizona territory. Swarming defense, Michael Dansby.
I know they're glad to have Dansby back. He was a little bit banged up, and you see the type of plays. I call that clinic tape. Those are the types of plays that when you go and watch film the next day, coach puts that on his clinic tape to show you how to defense a play without interfering.
How close are we? 9 minutes to go to 4-down territory.
Oh, we still got a ways away. This isn't the drive yet where you feel like you have to go all 4 downs. This is one of those right here. You feel like, look, let's get close. If it's 4th and 1, yes. If not, you can punt it.
Bachmeier on the move. He's got enough for the first down. And I know it might seem early to ask that question, but only because the way that Arizona has played since the weather delay at the end of the first quarter, if they went up another score, the game could be out of reach at that point.
I know you would think that, right? But I would always say there's still a lot of time left, 3 timeouts and the 2-minute timeout. But you don't want to put yourself in a bad situation, because if you don't get it, another score, now you're really up down 2 full scores, right? 2 touchdowns, a little bit different than a touchdown and a field goal.
8.5 to go, 4th quarter. Arizona 24 unanswered. Pocket collapses. Bachmeier with a rainbow and complete. Down the sideline looking for his brother, Tiger. Shaking it off over there on the sideline. Everybody's good. Tiger Bachmeier, the intended target of that pass from his brother Bear. Big reason that those two have been together. Stanford transfer. Tiger graduated in just a couple of years. Bear a 4.0 in his first semester there.
Yeah, I still feel like you don't have to rush when it comes to this. You don't have to feel like I got to get it all back right here. This is a drive where you just want to get points. A touchdown would be great, but you got to get points out of this drive.
Arizona showed pressure. Traden Stukes had the interception earlier. They say he's their most physical player, never stops going. Another 3rd down and long. They need 7 for the first down.
A little miscommunication it felt on that last play.
Yes.
Bachmeier wanted to hand it off, then he wanted to pull it, then he wanted to, and then just the indecision it just forced a bad play. And well, he turned a negative play into a positive. See if he can find one of these receivers. Chase Roberts, Parker Kingston.
Here comes a rush. Over the middle. It is Chase Roberts. Oh, he couldn't keep it. 4th down and 7.
And I think now you've crossed the 50-yard line, so I think you do have to go for it, but you can't put this ball any better. I mean, Bachmeier did everything right. That ball's right there. This is your leading receiver. This Chase Roberts, your leading receiver coming in. That ball's right there in his hands.
Wow.
That's a drop.
He made a fabulous cut, and the look says it all.
I'm with you, Bachmeier.
Ninth play of the drive. Play clock is down to 3 for BYU. 4-man rush, long throw. And the biggest catch of the game for BYU, hauled in by Parker Kingston to keep their drive alive. A gain of 12.
In the face of the rush, the true freshman quarterback just hangs in there. Just watch him. He's scanning, He feels the pressure around him, but steps into that throw on a 4th down and delivers the strike to Kingston. That's how you rise up against adversity right there. Bear Bachmeier.
Seven minutes to go. The deficit is 10. Martin's over 100 yards tonight and carries defenders like backpacks for 3 yards.
And now you're thinking touchdown. So before, when you're backed up a little bit on the opposite side of the 50, you're thinking maybe I want to get points, field goal, something. But now you're in 4-down territory the rest of this game now. Not enough time left. So right here, you're thinking touchdown. You've got 3 downs to really use it right here. You missed a field goal earlier, so the hardest part when you're down 10 is how do you get the 7? And I think you got to attack it this way as if you're trying to get 7 right here.
There's not exactly an evident sense of urgency getting to the line now. Just 6 minutes to go. Fake the handoff, go over the middle to Roberts. He sets them up well inside the 15-yard line. 17 yards to his most trusted target.
He stole the words out of my mouth. I said, man, the most trusted guy you go to in these moments. Because now it's gone from just a regular football game to, okay, we got to win the game. Who's the guy that you trust? Number 2, Chase Roberts down here.
Heavy pressure. Bachmeier gets rid of it. It's Martin, the running back. No gain on the play. 5.5 minutes to go, Kirk. They are not getting to the line quick enough. They're down 2 scores.
Yeah, but they still got a lot of time. Still, 3 timeouts. They still got the 2-minute timeout. This has to be your best drive. And so with Bachmeier, remember, they're giving him multiple calls in the huddle. This has to be your touchdown drive with the amount of time that you're putting into it.
This drive is going on 6 minutes now on what's going to be the 13th play. Bachmeier, his check down throw is too high to Martin. Great job from the front 4 there to make Bachmeier feel the heat.
And they're just going to rush 4. So they're rushing 4 now, and they're dropping 7 guys into coverage. And then you're trying to see if you can keep 1 extra guy as the spy, okay? Keep 1 spy for Bachmeier if he takes off and runs. But that's what you're going to get the rest of this game. 4-man rush, 7 guys in coverage.
Hagan and Kingston wide to the left. Their leading receiver, Chase Roberts, to the bottom of the screen. 3rd down and 10. Bachmeier to his third option. Now just scrambling for life. He's to the 10. Hit from behind and shy of the sticks.
So you're short here. You got to kick the field goal. So I'll be running the field goal unit out right now. You need at least the 3. I'm surprised the field goal unit's not out already.
Where is the sense of urgency right now?
There it is.
Okay, you're losing time.
Yeah, you wasted about 10 seconds right there on the decision. I think, hey, touchdown, you're good. But once he was short and it was 3 yards short, you got to run the field goal unit out as soon as possible.
This is simple for Ferrin. 24 yards to get them within 1 score. And they finally have their first points since the first quarter. A 15-play drive, 7 minutes off the clock. Pressure back to the Cougars defense.
Personalized every single day. Now available on the ESPN app. Powered by your favorites.
ESPN College Football Primetime is presented by Geico Switch and Save. Get more with Geico.
The Arizona defense has stood tall today against BYU, trying to knock off the number 18 team in the country. Cougars come in easily their biggest test of the year. Their opponents previously this season, 9-19. They now, for the remainder of the season, face the most difficult strength of schedule in the Big 12. Still in it, 4:08 to go. Short kick, who's gonna get down there? Ball is tipped and down to the 25-yard line. Arizona, by the tips of their fingers, gets possession. followed by Bears Commanders 8 Eastern on ABC. Both games for you also on the all-new ESPN app. Mike Cousins, Kirk Morrison, Don Davenport, 4:06 to go. BYU trying to get to 6-0 in consecutive seasons for the first time. And Arizona, boy, it has been a while to have a double-digit comeback win. It hasn't been since 2012 against USC, and Kirk, time is of the essence now.
Yeah, you got 3 timeouts and a 2-minute stoppage for BYU. I would say start using your timeout as soon as possible.
And no surprise, they hand the ball off on first down.
Man, I would use the timeout now. I would say I'm trying to keep as much time as possible for my quarterback. You need 7, not 3. If you needed 3, it'd be different, but you need 7. I mean, you may have to go the length of a field to score, so the more time you have, you don't feel as rushed, because they're going to run this clock all the way down.
They're going to wait. There's 17 more seconds on the play clock. Of course, Kalani Sitake has his philosophy, his reasons about how he wants to use the timeouts. But what's more important on the last drive, having more time or ways to stop the clock? I don't do it's time.
I'm trying to call a timeout now. There it is.
Mike and Kirk, Noah Fafita feels this, wants this, so dialed in. He gathered his offense around before this drive, gave a passionate speech to him, told him that they have to finish. You can see it in his eyes. This entire game he has been in the zone, so dialed in and so confident.
Yeah, it's these moments, and you know, he wanted to be here. You know, Fafita had opportunities to go elsewhere in the transfer portal. And he decided to say, you know what, even after the way last year went, I want to come back and be a part of something special. And what Brent Brennan has been preaching all day long, they've had an outstanding game after that first quarter. And it's Fafita improvising, making plays, extending plays, using his arm, making some outstanding throws, but some good decisions with the football, right? Getting to the next down, throwing it away when it's not there. It's those types of plays are game-winning plays. And now you're asking him maybe to try to make one more play here, or do you run the football and try to force another timeout by Kalani Sitake and BYU?
Third and 7. He gets away from the pressure like a hurdler, and his throw is incomplete. BYU wanted the interception by Faletau Satuala. It hits the turf, and there's a lot of time left on the clock now.
Yeah, a lot of time, and a couple of things there, right? That ball skips right before it gets to Satuala. But in the thinking of the quarterback, I know a lot's going on that play, but you would love for him to just hold that football and keep it in bounds. He was trying to hold on to it and make a play, but you keep the ball in bounds, and it's great. So right now, BYU is getting the football with 2 timeouts and the 2-minute stoppage.
We're only going to know when the clock reads zeros how that decision looks, but they only forced BYU to use 1 timeout. They didn't take a minute off the clock. And now, here's a big play opportunity. Parker Kingston sets up BYU with phenomenal field position. A 31-yard return.
It's just right return. It was set up. You make the first guy miss, then get to the outside, and this was almost a touchdown. Nice job by the punter, though, Isaac Levinson. He's the guy that made the play, 99, the punter. If the punter doesn't make the play, that's a touchdown.
And Avery Salerno, the long snapper, is the injured player right now for Arizona.
Two guys going after to trying to tackle the ball carrier, and watch the punter come in here and make a great tackle, Isaac Levinson.
Long snapper from outside of Winston-Salem. Off the field, but good to see him on his feet. Next Saturday, SEC on ABC. 2 thrilling matchups. We're going to see some shakeups in the top 25. 3:30, number 4, Mississippi, number 10, Georgia. And then at 7:30, 12th ranked Tennessee and number 8, Alabama. 2:55 to go. Best field position here for BYU, starting this drive across the 50-yard line. A design run for Bachmeier. Had a nice lead block in front to get 5 on first down.
And they don't go away from the run on first down, a drive starter, and you let the quarterback keep it. So this is an offense that likes to huddle. They still are in no hurry, Mike. They're calling the plays in this little muddle huddle. They realize they need 7.
Bachmeier 11 of 25, 166 yards, 1 touchdown, and crucially 2 interceptions. The rush is on. Martin finds the hole, gets hit from behind, and a first down on a gain of 6.
And I wonder, do they try to get on the ball and get one more snap before the 2-minute timeout? And I don't think they will. So just 2 plays in 55 seconds.
There's Aaron Roderick with the glasses in the middle of the shot. He is soft-spoken, but his decisions, as well as his freshman quarterbacks, Bear Bachmeier's, will decide what happens here in the final 2 minutes. Team in the country, a perfect record on the line. 2 timeouts. They've got the ball at the Arizona 36-yard line. And the strategy here, Kirk, is make sure they get 7 and Arizona does not get to respond in regulation.
Yeah, but you've got a true freshman quarterback. And so you got to find ways to make sure that he gets to the next play. Okay, don't try to force anything. There's still plenty of time left. especially with those 2 timeouts.
By himself in the backfield. They dial up the run for him. He carries it safely inside the 35 and gets 4 yards. They've been very comfortable with that play call.
Yeah, they love that play call. It's an easy play call for them, but it gets them going. Now, for an offense that likes to huddle, they got to call this play at the line of scrimmage as time's starting to run and starting to tick.
Third play of the drive right there. All of them have been runs. 2nd down and 6. A 4th carry. He's right at the sticks. Minute 20 to go. Tate Brown the tackle, a gain of 5. 3rd down, less than a yard.
And now Kalani Sitake called a timeout. It's a big play in the game now, 3rd and 1. I like the timeout here, kind of settle everybody down a little bit.
17 seconds. BYU.
And the play so far has been the Bachmeier, right? It's been the quarterback keeper. So I would think that they may try to go back to that, but you have to have 2 plays called in the huddle. So right here during this timeout, offensively, that's what I would ask for.
It was 14-0 BYU in the first quarter, but some rare mistakes. A missed field goal by Will Ferrin, one of 2 interceptions thrown by Bear Bachmeier today. And on 4th and 1, not just 1 yard, but 36 for Kedrick Reesino. A game-changing play, which has put BYU on its heels. They came into this game having scored in 31 straight quarters, made it 32 straight in the first, got blanked in the 2nd and 3rd, and their odds more than double to reach the Big 12 title game. Of course, they'll see Texas Tech later on this year, but they can't think about anything more than these minute and 17 seconds and a 3rd and 1.
I keep it in the hands of Bachmeier. He's been great on these 3rd and shorts.
LJ Martin has been phenomenal too. Across the 15-yard line.
They get more than enough. LJ Martin back in the game. And you can get this many on the 3rd and 1. And now you're inside the 15.
23 carries, 154 yards. Design rollout, dart to the 10, and out of bounds around the 9 for Cody Hagan. So Kirk, when Bachmeier comes to the line, you said he's got 2 plays. How does he decide play A or play B?
I think the first thing he looks at is the safeties. Where are my safeties at? Are they high? Are they low? And then you look at the front. Is it 4-man, 3-man, the line? So he looks at the structure of the defense, and he tries to get you into the right play. But right now, you get down here, you're inside the 10-yard line. He's trying to find the right matchup. Where's my matchup? And a lot of times, it's this guy, Chase Roberts, here at the bottom. He's been the go-to guy.
2nd and 4. He's got pressure, but he's also got room to run. Off the back foot, throw to the end zone. Incomplete pass. Chase Roberts does not get it.
Yeah, he's saying he thinks he's got it. Let's take another look at the replay.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Oh, my initial look. This is just my initial look. It looks to be that both hands are underneath that football, and he secures it. Now that's the initial look. I got to get a couple more looks at it first. But that BYU sideline, everybody's got their hands up in the air. Is there a definitive look that shows both hands underneath the football?
Does the forearm stay all the way underneath the ball? If it touches the ground at all, yeah, it's going to be incomplete.
Yeah.
Very close.
It's close.
But that frame right there where it touches the ground
and pops up. Yeah, yep. He didn't have maintained control too. It is so close. But you watch the movement of the football once it touches the ground. See how it's on the ground and then it spins. So he doesn't have a maintained control throughout.
So let's assume incomplete pass.
Yes.
It's going to be 3rd down. What do you like here?
again, Chase Roberts, he's been the mismatch. He's been the guy that you've gone to all year long. But then also, I liked Bear Bachmeier on the move. I thought he had an opportunity to go and take and run and get the first down, but give him another opportunity to get toward the pylon.
That was my thought, too. Initially, he gets to the edge.
And I thought he was going to take off and go.
100%.
So you had an incomplete pass if they rule this as incomplete or the call's upheld.
After review, ruling on the field is upheld. It'll be third down.
Yeah, that's what we saw. It was close.
And I don't think you can go wrong going back to L.J. Martin either. They can pick up another first down here. Clock would stop on that first down, and they have one timeout.
They got the timeout, exactly. With the timeout, you have the entire playbook at your disposal, and you can still get the first down. So you still have multiple plays at your disposal here.
Not to mention, the running back for BYU, every carry tonight has been an average of 7 yards.
You look at the play structure or the defensive structure, you have a run call.
Designed for Bachmeier. Ball is loose. Ball is on the ground at the 5. Arizona says they've got it. Officials coming in for a closer look. A sadistic game of Twister. They will peel away the layers of this human pile to decide whether BYU survives to play another down on offense.
Initially, it was number 12, Genesis Smith, the impact player, knocked the ball out.
It was a fumble recovered by the offense. It's first down, BYU.
Kyle Safarchuk, the right guard, celebrating with the ball.
Yeah, Genesis Smith, number 12, he knocks the football out.
And they are right back to the line.
Here's a timeout from Brent Brennan.
A wise choice.
Oh, that's a lot to unpack there.
Arizona has called their first charge timeout of the second half. 30 seconds to length.
So timeout here by Brent Brennan. You can be of two schools of thought here.
Which ones?
You're giving BYU the opportunity to recalibrate here when they've only got one left. But after a chaotic play like that, I think you want to make sure that you've got all your ducks in a row.
Yeah, just want to make sure you calm the guys down, right? You almost had a play that ended the game for you defensively. So you call timeout, get everybody on the same page, and realize, what have you seen on this drive? It's been the run game, to me, of BYU that has really hurt them and got them down to this point. So you're trying to make sure that guys are all in their same gaps, making sure that somebody always has the quarterback. We've seen option today. We've seen the extra blocker with Bear Bachmeier getting the football. So there's a lot here down inside the 5.
Just the 6th game of his college career. The 19-year-old Bear Bachmeier with a first and goal. On the move. Incomplete. And a flag. Trayden Stukes in coverage.
Pass interference, number 25. Defense. Ball be placed at the 2-yard line. Automatic first down.
Again, Michael Dansby guilty of the infraction there. Only the 2nd penalty tonight against Arizona, but it comes at a crucial time.
Yeah, he got the grab. It was that left hand right there on the shoulder pad. And now you get inside the 2-yard line. Or you're right at the 2-yard line. I'm telling you, it's Bear Bachmeier time.
Bachmeier, his 16th carry of the night. A plunge forward, he is denied.
You kind of knew what the play call was going to be. You get down here this close, you're relying on the offensive line.
BYU has called their 3rd and final charge. Timeout of the game.
And your true
1
freshman quarterback
timeout.
at 6'2", 235 pounds. This is the play, and I think all antennas were up. Look at this Arizona defense. Everybody plugging their gaps and shooting through, realizing that it was going to be a run with Bear Bachmeier. But here we are, next play. This ball's going to be on the left hash for BYU. I'm thinking something to the field. Something to the field for Bear Bachmeier, where he's got an option to continue to run it if it's there, but also if you find the open guy right away, something quick. So a run progression type of play.
With his top two receivers, Chase Roberts, Parker Kingston, we've seen it already tonight, and throughout the course of their season, their careers, those are guys, even with a low throw, they'll go into a baseball slide to make that catch.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be the perfect throw for those guys, but 33 seconds, no timeouts. They've also got time, if they wanted to give the ball to LJ Martin. If he gets stopped, you get back to the line of scrimmage and have a chance at another play.
Yeah, but then you also got a lot of bodies trying to roll off, and valuable seconds can come off of that clock. You still feel like I've got more plays, and so running the ball here would be a shock to me, but something getting Bachmeier here on the move with these three wide receivers to the right.
It's Roberts, Kingston, and Hagan to his right side. He looks to his left. He goes to the end zone. Knocked away. Third and goal.
Yeah, Aiden Garnes making a big play. Just watch the patience, and then he attacks the football. That's a nice job by Garnes. I don't like the end here, right? I don't like the end. You don't have to let him know in his face. Official almost pulled the flag out. Had to tell him, hey, no taunting. Stay within the play.
A perfect record hangs in the balance. Play clock is inside 10 as they break the huddle. Here's that design roll. To his right side, to the end zone. A flag is down on an incomplete pass.
They're going to get Dansby again. He's on the back of Kingston. This was the play I wanted for BYU to play before, where it's more clear, it's more defined for Bachmeier, to where he can go through his progressions and then take off and run or throw it out of bounds to preserve time on that clock.
Time is short, but the opportunities are growing.
Number 25, defense, ball placed at the 2-yard line, automatic first down.
Yeah, I don't really see much. Yeah, I think the Arizona fans are looking at that replay. I don't see much there. Did he initiate contact before the ball get there? And I didn't see a lot. Something that rises to the level of a flag.
Tight end to either side of the formation. Martin in the backfield. Bachmeier on the move. Turns it up, and he scores!
I want you to see, this was a design run. It was a fake throw and then go. Because of the way that the tight end blocked. The tight end, Carson Ryan, had a nice secure block on the end. Watch number 20 when he did it. He just came in and just kind of just secured the outside. Everybody was going to the outside if it was going to be Bachmeier running and keeping the pass going. No. He stopped, put his foot in the ground, went north, and that's why nobody was there to stop him going into the end zone.
Will Ferrin. We're tied.
I want you to watch the tight end again, number 20. Carson Ryan with an unbelievable block. He's right here on the edge, but watch his block. He secures everything, and that allows Bachmeier to go right through that little seam, enough for the touchdown.
So 11 plays, 47 yards. They leave 19 seconds on the clock. Arizona does have 2 timeouts. Remember how that drive started, too. Arizona forced BYU into using only 1 timeout.
Yeah.
They gave them plenty of time, and then it was a great punt return from Parker Kingston to set them up across midfield. Neither quarterback is going to walk away from this game with a stat line that you look at in the newspaper the next day and go, wow, he must have had a great game. Certainly not their passing numbers, but I think the guts today prove something else.
You got to make sure you fair catch this one right now. This ball's in the air. You got to fair catch it to just keep the amount of time on the clock.
Well, the kickoff guys today have been tremendous.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about that.
Will Ferrin for BYU and Ian Wagner for Arizona have just been touchback machines. So there's risk in taking a shot here.
Yes.
Do you like that call if they do it?
Yeah, I do. You got to be aggressive. 2 timeouts left. I don't want to take this to overtime. Would love to just see if I can get, you know, maybe a couple of first downs. Just a couple of throws. It's 19 seconds left. I think you have at least 3 plays at your disposal, maybe more with the timeouts.
You were a linebacker. You absolutely would have had the green dot on your helmet from the defensive coordinator. What would they be telling you in this situation?
Well, I don't have to tell you much when they've got the victory formation. But I think the fans, they wanted to see an opportunity to try to go down and try to win it in regulation.
5-0 versus 4-1. 4 quarters. A lightning delay of over an hour. Not enough to contain BYU and Arizona. Overtime is next in Tucson. Very much. Back here in Tucson, BYU wins the toss. They're going on defense first, and it was a fight to get back into this game. They were up 14-0, did not score in the second and third. Arizona rattles off 24, and then Bear Bachmeier finds the end zone with 19 seconds to go. So it's overtime for the first time in a couple of seasons. You look at what BYU has done running the ball today, 235 rushing yards, which is exactly their season average through 5 games, which puts them coming into this game 15th in the country. So I think we know when they get the ball what we'll see. What do you expect from Arizona?
Yeah, it's sort of the same thing. It's the quarterback, Noah Fafita. the redshirt junior quarterback. This is his moment now. This is his time. This is the reason why he came back to Arizona for this reason, moments like this.
Hands it off to Risano, first down. He's got space and somersaults his way to a first down. The 13-yard line gets 13 yards.
Yeah, you got an injured BYU Cougar there on the ground. It's just a downhill run by Risano, just getting over there. Just a tough run.
Tanner Wall pops back up. A good sight to see. They're down Jack Kelly tonight. Linebacker Keanu Tanuvasa, the defensive tackle, disqualified on a targeting call early in the second quarter. Raider Damuni injured, did not return to the game at safety. This has not been a BYU defense at full strength. They have performed admirably under the conditions here on the road. Their first visit to Tucson since 2018. Another first down. Back to Risano. 3 yards there. Last week was his first action since week 1 at Hawaii. He was hurt, only had 12 carries coming into this game. They've leaned on him here as he's taken the plurality of their carries today.
Yeah, but he's had the big run too, that really the go-ahead score earlier for Arizona. And right now he's got the hot hand. So you think about this running back group, and we talked about Ismail Mahdi coming in, but you mentioned Risano. He's been the guy today. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I hand it off to him again here on second down.
Tanner Wall, who was injured moments ago, sat out the required 1 play and is back onto the field for BYU. Risano to the end zone. He does it again. Flag comes from under the goalposts, concurrent with him crossing the goal line.
Holding number 55. Offense, 10-yard penalty. Second down.
Left guard Chuba Ma'ai.
Yeah, they're going to get him on the linebacker, Siali Esera, 54. And to me, it was almost as if Risano was already by him, but it was the grab, it was the hold. Watch 55, watch the left hand of 55. It's on that shoulder pad, and see how that little grab. And I don't even think he needed it, but the grab, pulling the jersey right there in front of the official, that's the easy call.
Quincy Craig, now the running back with Fafita, who is by himself for about a moment. Four-man rush. Fafita retreating. Advancing. Escaping. And tackled from behind around the 10-yard line by Bodie Schoonover off the defensive line. After all that, picks up 3 yards.
What a hustle play by Schoonover. I mean, watch Fafita. He's in the pocket. He's scanning. Then he retreats, goes back, and then he feels like, okay, I've got a hole and breakthrough, and watch Schoonover just come out of nowhere and gets him down. It's a great hustle play there by 48.
Mashing the accelerator to make a shoestring tackle. Fafita against 8 defenders back deep. Check down throw. Craig, the running back, spins ahead to the 5, and he is short of the first down. What do you do?
Yeah, you got to kick the field goal. You need points. And so here comes the field goal unit. You wish you could get 7 or get the touchdown, but in this instance, you have to get 3.
As an ideal a spot as you could hope for a kicker. 23-yarder and just about straight on for Michael Salgado Medina. He drills it. He replaces Tyler Loop, now with the Baltimore Ravens. 27-24. BYU gets the ball next. Their final drive of regulation started by forcing a punt. You never know what's going to happen on these type of plays, but when the ball is in the hands of Parker Kingston, a lot of things are possible, and that play was saved by Isaac Lovison, the punter, and Bear Bachmeier running it in for the touchdown that brought them within one. Extra point was good. Off to overtime we go. Bear Bachmeier, L.J. Martin, probably going to take on a bulk of the workload here in overtime.
I think we all know that. I think if you've been watching this football game, especially on that last drive, Bear Bachmeier and L.J. Martin, the two guys who you trust the most down here, lean on your running game. Lean on the running game, and that's what I expect here in this possession for BYU.
Martin's averaged almost 7 yards a carry tonight. No, they don't run it. They launch it. It's incomplete, looking for Chase Roberts. Trying to take it all right there and say, let's walk off.
I'm just about as surprised as anybody on that one. Just the true freshman over here just trying to make the play, but nice job by Garnes, number 9. I mean, he's on their best receiver. He's step for step.
From the 25.
Looks like a 4-man rush.
Bachmeier's got the option, and he goes nowhere. In fact, backwards, a loss of 1.
Nice job by Leroy Palu, number 95. Bachmeier checked into a run. I think he's a little upset at himself because of the look that Arizona gave him. He thought he had the short side option play, and it would have worked, but they stunned it at the last second, and when they stunned it, he stunned it right into the pressure, and that's where the loss of gain came.
If they don't get any further, it'll be about a 44-yard field goal. Bachmeier picks up the block from Martin to the 30, and it's backwards again. Riley Wilson coming up big. The last 2 plays have netted -2 yards, and Will Ferrin, for as great as he has been throughout the course of his career, under rainy conditions, was wide to the left earlier today.
Yeah, but it was rainy conditions. You mentioned it. And now it's dry.
Arizona.
Brent's gonna make us think about it for a second.
Timeout of the first overtime period, 30 seconds in length. (27-24) in overtime.
If it's good, we go to overtime number 2. If it's not, Arizona surpasses its win total from year number 1. They'll be off to their best 6-game start since 2014, and they would hand BYU their first loss of the season.
And this is what Brent Brennan was preaching to a lot of the guys. He wanted guys here. Last year was everybody going into the portal. This was the offseason that built up to this moment right here. He said they didn't play their best game against Iowa State a couple weeks ago. They recovered versus Oklahoma State. They knew the opponent, BYU, today. And here's an opportunity right here for a big signature win.
And Ferrin is nails from 45 yards. He's hit from 24 and 45. A second overtime on the way. And late this Saturday night, we say, why not? As we go to our second overtime, Mike Cousins, Kirk Morrison, Don Davenport, our entire crew. Now the rules change a little bit. You score the touchdown, you are compelled to go for 2.
Yeah, so you got to have your best 2-point play ready and available for you at this moment. So great job on the first drive. Both teams traded field goals. And now you get into this point of the football game, like second overtime. It's just the plays that you know. Right now, that call sheet was long early in the game. Right now, it's about 4 or 5 plays. You're only running 4 or 5 plays right here as you're at the 25-yard line to the go-to guys.
Do you remember what Aaron Roderick, the offensive coordinator for BYU, told us yesterday? Finally, I have known my quarterback for months, and only this week did he tell me, Coach, I don't like those couple of play calls there. Their relationship has meshed to the point where that is coming together. BYU's got it 1st and 10 from the 25. They help send the game to overtime with a Bear Bachmeier touchdown run. And as he runs it for the 20th time tonight, he gets 6 yards.
And they just get extra blockers up front. You got the tight end sealing the edge. And then you get L.J. Martin, the other running back, leading the way through. So you get 6 yards on first down. That's very comfortable for you. But how much does Aaron Roderick, the offensive coordinator, do you trust the freshman quarterback down here to put the ball in the air? Or do you just say, you know what, let's keep it safe. We're getting 5 yards a carry. Why not just keep it on the ground?
Martin with a quick cut at the line of scrimmage. First down run for the junior running back. 6 more yards. That'll do. The first down.
The one thing is the more yards now that you get, so you start to creep inside the 15 and the 10, those safeties now come into play, meaning that the safeties can fill in on the run gaps. So do you dare Bear Bachmeier to throw if he's one-on-one on the outside with Chase Roberts, knowing that the safeties are coming up for run support? This is the guy right here that if he gets one-on-one, I like that matchup on press coverage.
Martin jukes the first wave and gets the 11. Just 2. And you mentioned those safeties coming up in run support too.
Yes.
Back line of this defense are the guys who have stuck it out the longest. Trayden Stukes, Genesis Smith, Dalton Johnson. He went through the 20-game losing streak with this Arizona program. Yeah. Kevin Sumlin to Jed Fish, now to year 2 of Brent Brennan. These are guys who are Wildcats through and through.
Man, it's 5 of those guys back here in this 4-2-5 defense. And those 5 guys have been playing well today, but the communication has to be key.
There's 2 with a hand in the dirt on second down. Bear Bachmeier gets stood up inside the 10-yard line. He's run the ball 21 times tonight. For what it's worth, in the first 5 games, he carried it 49 times. So they've definitely leaned into that more than they have tonight.
Yeah, and you feel like, look, at 6'2", 235 pounds, he can carry the brunt and that load of carrying the ball that many times. He says he's built for it. He loves it. It's the reason why he wears number 47. He's not your average quarterback. And you need him to make one more play down here for you offensively.
Got Hagan by himself to the right. Ryan, the tight end, in the slot left, and Martin out wide. Another design run, and Bachmeier with a lunge does it again. He won't be denied.
They got everything that they wanted. They got everybody flying out. The linebacker, Tay Brown, followed the running back. And you had one-on-one with the safety, Dalton Johnson. You made him miss. And that's all you want. 43 is right there. He just makes a miss. And Bear Bachmeier into the end zone.
All right, got to go for 2.
Got to go for 2. And I would say it's still stay in the hands of Bear Bachmeier. He's been your best player, man. You get down here, you don't think about plays, you think about players. And right now, the young true freshman is doing everything, putting this BYU offense on his back.
Trio to his left. Martin in the backfield.
Same play.
This looks right. The ball is tipped. The two-point try is no good.
I thought he had the same play. There was nobody behind the defensive front. L.J. Martin went out and look behind that defensive line. If he takes off, there's nobody. He can run for the two-point conversion again. That time he was set. He was set on throwing that ball to Chase Roberts. It was deflected. But it looked like the previous play that he scored the touchdown on. I thought they were going to do the same thing, carbon copy.
Leroy Palu got a hand up. The game is in the hands of Noah Fifita, the quarterback for Arizona. 22 of 40 tonight, 207 yards.
And they've leaned on the run game as well. Racino's in that backfield, number 3.
Racino trying to squirt through the left side. He stopped at the line of scrimmage. Nowhere to go. John Tamoepeau, the defensive tackle, pushing through. Now Racino, who just got that carry, goes off the field on second down in favor of Quincy Craig.
And I think you bring in Craig just for his pass blocking ability, right? Being able to, a blitzer coming in late, and he can stop him and give Fifita just a little bit more time to deliver a strike.
Top target tonight, Chris Hudson, bottom of the screen. It's a check down to the flat, and Craig makes the best of it, pushing his way over to the sideline through Satuala. Third down becomes a little bit more manageable.
Yeah, third down now becomes an opportunity for you right now with that ball in the left hash. You want something with Fifita with movement. You have to change his launch point. And something that buys time, allows the routes to develop. And seeing that tight end off right here, that tells me, gives you a little MAC protection look, that he can roll right.
One look, quick throw, Hudson with the catch. Initial spot is short of the line to gain.
Ruling on the field is a completed pass.
It's just about a half yard short.
Of the line to gain, it's 4th down.
4th and less than a yard.
Nice throw and catch by Hudson. I felt like if he would have believed it, he probably could have leaned forward and got that extra yard trying to secure the catch.
2 tight ends right side of the line. Craig, the running back. The give is to Craig, and the lunge is a first down. So now, that sideline, thousands of Wildcat fans exhale, only to have their heartbeats turn back up here with a fresh set of downs. They need a touchdown.
BYU getting the call late. Got one-on-one here at the bottom with Hudson.
Fifita on first down. Against pressure. Goes to the end zone for Hudson. It's too long. Even if he were able to bring that in with one hand, don't think he comes down to the end zone.
Yeah, nice job by Maury Bamba using that sideline as an extra defender. He had one-on-one, Fifita did, so he was like, I got one-on-one, my best wide receiver with Bamba locked up, but nice job by Bamba just standing there and using that sideline, just not enough room for that throw.
He's lengthy as well, 6'3" at corner. Second overtime. Arizona down 6. Quick toss at the 11. Wrap up tackle along the sideline. It's Bamba again, a gain of 3.
He's having himself a drive right here. Number 4, Bamba. He sees the ball and watch the outside. He comes right in, and that's a nice tackle. That's a nice tackle. Form tackle. Get you to third down defensively.
Play clock operator, please reset the play clock to 40 seconds. Thank you.
Everything squared away, third down. to drop 8. Here they rush 4. Fifita all the way back to the 25. Now he takes off. Escapes pressure at the 15, tiptoes his way to the sideline, and goes out of bounds inside the 11. And it's another 4th down with the game on the line.
Just a tremendous job of coverage in the back end by BYU. I mean, Fifita's buying time. There's just nothing there. The secondary doing an amazing job of locking up. And Fifita just tried to make a run for it and steps out of bounds.
Well, last it was 4th and 1. This is 4th and 7.
I would call timeout. Yeah, I was waiting. This is the play of the game right now. It's 4th and 11 on both sides. Defensively for BYU, offensively for Arizona. Use the timeout, get guys together, understand what you need. Remember, Arizona can still get a 1st down.
Yes.
Okay? So it's 4th and 7. It's not the last play of the game. It's just a crucial play of this series right here.
We know what Arizona needs.
Yes.
They need to get inside the 4-yard line to get a 1st down, keep the game alive. You played on the defensive side. What's the best thing that you would want to hear at this point?
Well, right now, I would just tell guys to keep him in front, so have a spy available. Keep a spy on Fifita. If he breaks contain, then you got to have your linebackers go run get him. And today, that's been Isaiah Glasgow, 16. He's found a way to get to Fifita a couple times. But you got to communicate in the back end with the safeties. And right now, they're going to have 2 safeties high. They're going to keep 2 safeties. I'm double teaming Chris Hudson. He's not going to beat me. Number 4 is not going to beat me. I'll tell you that for Arizona. That's what I'm telling my defense. And offensively, I'm trying to get away for Hudson to scheme him open.
It's 1st down, touchdown, or shut down for Arizona.
Man-to-man Hudson here at the bottom.
Fifita steps up in the pocket, launches, and the game is over. BYU stays perfect.
Well, they got what they wanted. They got the double team, and they got the route, little double move. It was a double move to the outside. That ball is thrown and just off the fingertips of Javin Watley. It was the perfect play call, double move, and just off the tips for Watley.
Dawn's with Kalani Sitake.
I am Coach Sitake. So much respect for these coaching staffs. Coach, man, your team never flinched. I never saw any panic on that sideline. An amazing comeback. Why was this group able to do it?
We just kept the faith, and then I think just no panic. You know, we knew that there's plenty of time for us to get it done, but I trust these guys, and you know, it was a lot of fun. I'm glad we got the win, but Arizona, hats off to them, man. That was a great competition, and a double overtime win. I'll take it any way we can get it, but man, we shouldn't make it so interesting next time, but it's fun for us when we come on top.
Second overtime, your defense comes up big. What did you see on that last stop?
Well, everyone just started being a little bit more physical and started being a little bit getting knocked back and just owning the line of scrimmage. We got to do that more often, and that's hard to do in the Big 12. Arizona's got a lot of tough guys, and so it's never easy, but if the guys commit to it, I think we can get some stuff done.
Your true freshman quarterback struggled through a couple picks, never flinched either. What did you learn about him in this one tonight?
Yeah, I can do without him throwing the interceptions and fumbling the ball, things like that, but he's tough. We'll keep working on it. Nothing's perfect, but we're committed to learning and getting better.
Congratulations, Coach.
Thank you.
Well, we wanted to know how would adversity, when it would hit this BYU team, how would the true freshman Barrett Bachmeier handle it? Well, he showed what he needed to do to get it done, and you needed your defense one play. And just the outstretched hands of Javin Watley and the defense on the field last for BYU winning the football game. True team win by the Cougars.
6-0 in back-to-back seasons for the first time ever for BYU. And after this, it's Utah next week in Provo. And that game last year was a nail-biter. For Don Davenport down on the field, my partner Kirk Morrison, and our entire talented crew here in Tucson, I'm Mike Cousins saying so long. Thanks for watching. Good night.